Okay, good evening. How is everybody tonight? Thank you for being here, and I'm sorry that we're late getting started. James, are we on? Okay. Well, we have a tradition that I think is a very important tradition, and that is that we open in prayer before our city council meetings. And I'm appreciative of Pastor Chris from, I want to say, the Nampa Seventh-day Adventist Church that has been a really integral leader in the churches in Nampa. And I so appreciate all that you've done in our community. And thank you for joining us tonight, not only to lead us in prayer, but also the pledge. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer this evening. Father in heaven, Lord, we thank you for your love and your goodness to us. We thank you for the opportunity we have to live in this great nation. And Lord, we ask that you will be with our national leaders. Lord, that you will lead and guide them, that they will make decisions that will bless our country and its inhabitants. Lord, we think tonight of the tragedy that took place last week in the airplane accident. Lord, as families have been destroyed, as families are grieving tonight, we ask, Lord, that you will be with them, that you will give them peace, that you will give them comfort, that they can find direction in you and hope for the future. Lord, we think of those who even now are searching for bodies and airplane parts as they try to figure out what took place to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening again. We ask that you'll be with them and their families as they participate in this effort. Lord, we think of our state. We thank you for the blessings of living in the state of Idaho, and we pray that you be with our state leaders, the decisions they make that impact such a wide variety of individuals from here in the valley all the way up to the Canadian border. So, Lord, we ask that you be with them and lead and guide them. Lord, we pray for our city leaders here in Nampa, as decisions will be made tonight that affect those who live here in Nampa. We pray, Lord, that you will give wisdom to them. You say in James 1, if anyone lacks wisdom, that we should ask and that you will provide it. So, Lord, we ask for wisdom this evening for the mayor, for the council members, for each one who speaks. Lord, may you lead and guide, and may the decisions that are made here tonight be for the benefit of those who live here in the city of Nampa and the surrounding areas, and may you bless in all that takes place. We love you, Lord. We thank you for your blessings, and we thank you for your presence and wisdom that you will give this evening, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
Not tonight.
Not tonight. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. You're appreciated. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Everfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Council, we have an agenda before us. I am not aware of any amendments to the agenda. Does council have any amendments to the agenda this evening? I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And then I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to our agency and commission reports, of which we have none. Staff communications, Public Works, staff communications. Followed by planning and zoning in just a minute. Good evening, Jeff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have a couple of exciting initiatives to present to you tonight, items. The first of which is our Nampa in Bloom project. And then I get to introduce a couple of our wastewater employees who we want to recognize for a major award tonight. Andy Zimmerman's going to follow me up tonight and be able to do that. So first of all, the Nampa Water Resources Department is the largest in the state. We, under one roof, get to manage our water renewal department, which is wastewater, our domestic water, our irrigation, and our stormwater. Stormwater gets we don't talk about it as much, but there's almost 200 miles of pipe and all sorts of drains. All of this is integrated under water resources, and we can look at it holistically in something we like to call one water approach. And so a one water approach is looking at all of our dollars we put in so that it would conserve water and protect our water quality and prepare us for the generations to come. One such program I want to highlight tonight is our Nampa and Bloom program. So you remember the drought a few years back, we started a water conservation group, and we brought together entities from the area. We worked on a drought plan, as well as many other things that came out of this drought action group, and now we have turned that into our conservation group. But these are several efforts that we're going on right now, we're working on. One is the task force, which is the next generation of the drought task force. If you can see that Nampa Waterwise Landscape Guidelines to the right, I brought a copy of this. We worked with that team, also our planning department, revised our zoning code that new developments in the city, when they, instead of putting all grass in everywhere, they can put a portion of grass and a portion of landscape. And what we're trying to do is to save our irrigation water. Turn just lawn sprinklers into drip irrigation, and in the future we don't use as much water. So that also, 2C Waterwise campaign, we're working regionally with other entities because water flows across city boundaries into the different areas in Ada County. We also get our water from the mountains through irrigation districts, and so working with them to conserve water. We have a Class A recycled water reuse. We talked about that. We are able to recycle 11 million gallons a day through our water renewal plant, and this next season we'll be turning on the efforts into Phillips Canal to be used. And then irrigation storage ponds, we want those at several areas around the city so that the water we purchase from the irrigation districts we can store during peak use, we can store during low use periods. When that fills up, we can reuse that water during the peak use periods without letting it flow and go downstream again, because that's water we've purchased. And then the Karcher Wetlands is a way to naturally treat Indian Creek water. Also, we're doing a pilot project with our wastewater plant on looking at emerging contaminants and being able to naturally treat those. So this program, Nampa and Bloom, offers homeowners the opportunity to exchange turf with heavy watering requirements with dryscape, basically. And so there's two options. You can replace a portion of your grass with dryscape, and we'll give $2,500 per person for that. And also there's an opportunity to replace your sprinkler control units. And if you bought an older house ever, sometimes it comes with an older control and no one knows how to use it. It just turns on every year at the same time. And that's a lot of the reason why you see water flowing over curbs. And new controllers you can control through your phone. When the weather happens, it's going to be rainy, it automatically turns off your sprinkler system. Things like that will conserve water. So the funding for the program, we got a grant. This is through the Bureau of Rec, and the city match was about $100,000. We know we're going to learn a lot through this program. We know that we want to continue to do this in our city-wide. 10% of our water goes to our parks. Portion of our park can be dryscape and does not need to be grass. We're going to look at doing things like that. Parks is already doing a great job of changing their controller units. On the schedule, we're going to have a kickoff on February 27th, and really the program is going to launch, and we're going to have as many people are interested in this first run through, and then next year we'll have the second run through the program. These are the objectives. We want to increase awareness on water conservation. We want to increase community knowledge on water-wise plant species. If you've seen there's good dryscape and then there's bad dryscape. So we want it to look good. There's a lot of design that we put into the landscape guide that will help people who want to transition to dryscape. And then we want to identify several key projects that are good examples, and we're shooting for 10 participants. So with that, I'd like to introduce a couple of our employees who have worked really hard on this. So Casey Moulton, would you guys stand up? And Michaela Fackrell, they have spent a ton of time on it, and they're just great to have on staff. And you guys haven't met them, I don't believe, anyway. Thank you for your work on that.
Thank you.
And then next, I'd like to ask Andy and Willie Smith and David Allen to come on up. And then we're going to turn it over to Andy. Andy is the superintendent, as you know, of our awesome water renewal plant. So,
And Jeff, as you do, I just want to say thank you for all your work on this WaterWise project. This has been in the works for several years, going from the drought task force to our water conservation. You've done an amazing job. It's exciting. I think we are the leaders in Treasure Valley in this, and is that correct?
Correct.
And you know what? We need to be. Water is a very valuable resource. We need to be conserving it. Thank you so much. Great, great job. Great job. Good evening, Andy. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So we have a couple of awards tonight to present. We are associated with SWEOS. SWEOS is Southwest Idaho Operators Section, and they are under the Pacific Northwest Clean Water Association. They provide a lot top quality training, networking, and support in the water renewal within Southwest Idaho. The classes they provide allow training within wastewater and operators to gain their continuing education in order to maintain their licenses each year. At the end of each year, they receive submissions for the operator, collections operator, and lab tech of the year. NAMPA submitted William Smith and David Allen as the collection operator of the year, and then, William Smith as the operator of the year. They were both chosen by the board of SWEOS this year. And this actually opens them up to the state operator of the year, which they'll go against the north and the east. So they automatically get qualified for that. So William Smith, right directly to my left, has worked with NAMPA for 8 years and is currently a lead operator at the renewal facility. He has a Class 4 license, wastewater license, and a Class 1 lab license. He was a major part of the upgrades that were just completed at the wastewater plant, and he is also the trainer for a lot of our new employees. David Allen has been with NAMPA for 10 years and currently holds a Class 4 collections license. He is a primary trainer for the collections team and helps maintain over 500 miles of sewer along with 13 lift stations. So I'd like to congratulate William and David on their awards.
congratulations, you guys.
Let's get a picture. Let's have you guys come forward and stand right up here. We're going to stand behind you and.
Do that.
Yes, I think we've got it.
I know.
Oh, wait, I can't see Catherine Pepper, so. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
I just want to say, you know, thank you. First of all, I don't get to know you guys. And I want to say how much I appreciate you because you know what? You're the ones that keep the city going. And so many times you're not the ones that get recognized. I'm really proud of you and the work that you're doing. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your work because we don't run without you. And thank you for your excellence. It's pretty exciting, the awards. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, we have another recognition tonight, and I would like to, Rodney, before we have you come up, I'd like to just move forward. Jeff, do you have, is there a team here with a recognition, I understand? Yes. Okay, so come on down. John, come on down. And I'll let you just explain who you've got here and what the award is and.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So our own Jeff Miranda received an award from the Idaho Association of Building Officials. He was voted for Building Official of the Year 2024, and they kept it such a good surprise. He didn't even know about it, so he wasn't able to get recognition at the last Idaho training that was held. So I appreciate you, Mayor, offering to show him some recognition tonight, and our great team members are also here to support him. So with that, I'll call Jeff up with his award and. He loves it.
Council, thank you. I'm not big at recognition, so without the team, I'm just part of it, right? The team did it. As you know, last year was a lot of me being out of the office with family issues, and the team stepped up, and you know they deserve the award more than I do, but I guess somebody's got to collect it, so I'll do it.
Good job. Let's do a photo. Jeff, thank you for your work. I so appreciate you. Thank you. You have leaned in, and it hasn't been an easy year, but you've persevered. What an incredible example to those about you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's do a photo. Staff, come on up. Should we have, let's do one here, then we're going to have the whole staff. So we'll do two. Okay. Okay. Okay, come on, the rest of the team. Yeah, don't go anywhere.
Okay.
What a crew, this is awesome. Oh,
Run right. Just in time.
yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I'm just going to stand here, or are we done?
I think we're done. John, thank you for your work. Thank you for your team. I just want to say thank you to the entire team for their diligence. It's great to have you here. How long have you been here now?
Not quite 9 months, but
Not
thank
quite-
you.
Yeah, under a year. But you've leaned in, and I tell you, you guys are doing a good job and really working to turn things in the direction they need to be, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
And again, I'd say, saying, you know, without these guys backing me and helping me along the way, we wouldn't be where we're at. So appreciate it, everybody.
Thank you to the entire team. Thank you, guys. And I will say that none of you have to stay beyond now. If you want to go home, you are welcome to. There, no job. Yeah, they're out of here.
God, that would go very fast.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Uh-huh.
Well,
And while they're going, Rodney, come on down. Yeah.
I was going to leave too, but, you know.
I don't think
guess
you
I'll
get
stay.
to.
everyone hesitated.
Mayor and council, I just wanted to do one more recognition, actually. We have in front of you the Citizen's Guide to Planning magazine, and hot off the press. It doesn't feel warm, but it should, because it just barely came. So we are just so excited to have completed this after a year of putting it together. And I just wanted to recognize a couple of people who were just really instrumental in getting this done. First of all, our own Amy Bowman. She was great. And if you look at the quality of this magazine, she did an amazing job. Plus, we've got our website online for people to get on and read through the magazine, look at videos, look up information and planning information. We really feel like this is the best tool, the best step forward for helping the community understand planning. I'm really pleased about that. And then second of all, I just wanted to recognize one person who's not here. She's on a much-needed vacation, but her Brianna's son, just did an amazing job of just keeping us. She kept reminding me, hey, you need to write these things. You need to get this to Amy. And because of her, we got this completed. And so I'm just really pleased with this document and hope to have a ton more printed in the near future and available for the public and for anybody else who would like to view it. So again, just want to thank Amy and Bree for that great job.
Great job, guys. And I would like to say that actually there are a number of cities in the state of Idaho that are waiting for this PDF because they're needing a tool, an educational tool, and they're looking for something. And so I said, we'll send it over. And you know what? Even if someone plagiarizes it, that is an awesome thing because planning and zoning is not easy to understand. The work that's been done, the videos that have been captured, really help us inform our citizens. Again, it's one of the best in the state of Idaho. It's the only one, I think. So there's lots of others wanting it. So good job, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just a quick report on our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting this last week. So the first one was an annexation and zoning for 4314 East Railroad Street. and this is just north side of East Railroad Street, west of South Happy Valley Road, for 31 lots for single-family units and 5 common lots. And this was recommended approval, and this will come before you on April 21st. The next one was a subdivision short plat approval for Mason Creek Drift subdivision, and just a little kind of small detached single-family dwellings that was proposed. It's the corner of East Hidden Creek Street and North Sugar Street, and that one was approved, and that comes for a business approval on the 18th before you. And then the next one was annexation and zoning for 7736 Birch Lane. This is north side of Birch Lane, directly north across from Edgebrook Drive. And this is for just a single family unit, just one parcel, and that was recommended for approval. Will come before you on the 5th of May. And then I guess there's 2 more. Zoning map amendment for 1405 West Industrial Road. This is on the south of Industrial Road, west of North Franklin Boulevard. And the original concept is to rezone property to allow storage of manufactured homes awaiting delivery to customers' locations. And that was recommended for approval. That will also come before you on the 5th of May. And then the last one was a conditional use permit. In an RS6 zone, it requires a conditional use permit for a duplex, to get a duplex. This was a duplex development that they had proposed, so 4 duplex buildings, a total of 8 dwelling units, and it was, again, in an RS6 zone. The Planning and Zoning Commission denied the application, and their reasons were that it was not consistent with the neighborhood and of single-family homes and the character of that neighborhood. So unless that one's appealed, that one's done. That's all I have.
Rodney, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Rodney? Nope. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are ready to move into new business, and we're going to start with 5.1. This is an action item. It's to confirm the appointment of Robert Tunison to the Nampa Housing Authority for a 5-year term expiring on September 30th, 2030. Unfortunately, Robert is not feeling well and is unable to join us this evening. But are there any questions regarding that?
May I make the motion to approve?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And just in case Robert or someone's watching, we just want to say thank you for serving the Nampa Housing Authority. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. 5.2 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign a resolution and the second amended and reformed Canyon County and Nampa Fire Protection District intergovernmental and joint powers agreement for the collection and expenditure of development impact fees for the fire district systems improvement. This was approved by legal. This is a very simple one. It's just changing a name. Really, it's Nampa Fire into Nampa Fire District and the clarification of that. Are there any questions on this one?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Council, next session, you'll have another one come forward. The title is very similar. It's a little different. It has to do with the fee associated with the collection of impact fees, and we have committed to having that on the February 18th council agenda, so we'll be there. Okay, 5.3 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign an encroachment agreement for a patio cover encroaching 2 feet into a 10-foot rear easement at 7607 East Shields Drive. This is for Randy and Rhonda Bender. And if you have questions, Daniel would be the one that would be answering them. Does anyone have a question on this matter?
So moved.
Question.
Second. Now you can ask.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion, yes, question.
So the impact to the neighbors, having something encroach further to them, has there been a discussion or have neighbors been involved?
So this is a encroachment of a patio cover that will have a 2-foot encroachment into a 10-foot easement. The patio concrete is already there and existing, so the drainage characteristics don't change. The impervious surface, they are just covering the existing patio cover, or the existing concrete patio with a patio cover to make it more livable for the applicant.
So are the neighbors aware of this, or are they going to be surprised in a few weeks?
There is no public notice requirement for this, and so the neighbors, I'm unaware of any conversations that the applicant has had with the neighbors. If they encroach down below and have to have a setback variance, at that point, they have to go through the variance, and there is public notice in that, but that would be getting down to below that 5-foot distance between the property lines. But at this point, no, there is no public notice requirement on it.
So we're sure that no communication has been had?
The city has had no communication with adjacent property owners. I would be very surprised if they had.
So it seems to me that if we don't know that if the neighbors are talking and we approve the encroachment, seems like a real surprise to potentially those neighbors that we've made a decision. So that's why I wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
So would a substitute motion be in order? Thank you. Would a substitute motion be in order to postpone this into the next council meeting and actually give the applicants an opportunity to visit with their neighbors and be able to answer these questions?
Mayor Kling,
Yes?
I think that's a great idea, because I also had a question regarding the close proximity to the next buildings, whether the fire code allows that, or do they have to have a firewall in between that?
Mayor, I can answer that. This would still be 8 feet off of the existing property line, and so there would be no issues with fire code
I see.
Related to the patio cover.
Okay. I know Councilman Haverfield has a question, but I think that's a good idea to postpone it if you don't.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Just for clarity, if you're going to come back with some description of what is being involved with this request, the sketch that's on our page 242 in the packet indicates black lines and orange lines. It's not clear if the edge of the actual cover is 11 feet back from the property line or if it's less than 11 feet. The way that it's indicated there, it almost looks like it would be like 7 or so feet.
So the posts for the patio cover would sit at 8 feet from the property line with a 2-foot overhang beyond the posts, which is typical for eaves overhanging into the easement already.
Right, so as far as the cover hasn't been constructed yet, is that correct?
Correct.
So if
This
we,
is the odd time where they're doing it in the right order.
okay, so the 8-foot separation to the edge of the patio slab and the columns themselves, if there's a gutter running across this face, which it appears to be a single slope away from the building, they could eliminate the 2-foot overhang and have it just on the edge of the patio so that it's not encroaching. What you're now saying it'd be, is the 8 feet minus 2 feet would be 6 foot into the encroachment?
So we measure the encroachment to the posts. The code already allows for encroachment by the overhang.
Okay.
And so from the perspective of code, the encroachment is 2 feet into the easement.
So the actual edge of the patio covers 9 feet,
It
No,
would be, so it would be
7 feet, 6
4 feet into the easement, 6 foot from the property line.
Okay, is this a non-combustible cover or is it combustible construction?
They have not, that would be dealt with at the building permit. They have not submitted that yet, so it would meet all building code.
Anything less than 5 feet would have to be fire protected, to Councilman Rodriguez's point. So if you're going to bring this back, maybe just a little bit more clarity as far as on the construction itself would be nice.
So I guess the question is, we do have a motion and a second. We could entertain a substitute motion, or the original motion could withdraw their motion and ask that we bring it back.
I'll withdraw my second.
If there is no second, then there is no motion. So I would stand for a motion to bring this back at the next council meeting.
Mayor Kling, I'll make that motion to bring it back for,
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds. Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for suggesting, letting them know that we'll bring it back at the next meeting and that we do want them to reach out to their neighbors. Thank you. 5.4 is an action item. This is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Darrell Wimple Construction LLC for the construction of a new restroom facility, garbage dumpster enclosure, and utility connections at West Park, not to exceed $589,891. This was approved by City Attorney Preston Rutter. It is pending the approval of an FY25 budget amendment, and Cody is here to answer any questions.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good
City
evening.
Council. I'll stand for any questions if there are any before
Mayor
our
Kling,
question.
I do have one question.
Thank you, and then Councilman Haverfield.
Are you talking about the ones right in the middle of the baseball diamonds?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, this new structure would effectively replace the existing restrooms that are in the center of the complex by moving them out toward the outfield fence.
Okay. I've noticed in the bids that the concrete surrounding that wasn't mentioned in here, and that concrete is getting tore up. It's unlevel, and it's because of the roots. Are they going to take care of that as well, or is that just a whole different bid
Mayor,
process?
Councilman Rodriguez, that is not part of this, the scope of work for this project. That would have to be addressed separately.
Okay, 'cause it's pretty uneven, Mayor. You should go see it. It's, yeah, anyway, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Just the question, I saw I saw that CXT was being referenced in here, so is this a precast concrete structure from CXT?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, it is correct. The contractor would be responsible for building the pad site, bringing the utilities to the site, and then the pre-manufactured, pre-cast concrete building would be set in place, and the contractor wiring and plumbing up the building afterward.
Good. That was, I think when we discussed this before, I asked if you would reach out to them to see if they could provide it. So, good. Thank you.
Good. Are there any other questions? Yes.
So one contractor dropped out who was the low bidder. So did he have a bid bond, and are we taking the increase, or is part of that bond covering that differential, or?
Mayor and Councilman Bills, I don't believe the Parks and Rec Department had any intention of pursuing that, the bid bond.
I think originally the reason that they stated was due to the fact that it took so long and that they'd taken other work in the meantime and were unable to perform just because of the length of time it
Yeah.
took to go through the process. Am I
Mayor, that's
correct on that?
correct. Absolutely. The original low bid contractor stated that the time lapse that it took to get a response from the city, back from the city on whether his bid was accepted or not was his schedule had filled up, and that's the reason he wasn't able to perform the work.
So the bid opening was first week of January.
It was approximately a 3-week period.
With that, though, this recommendation is to go with the second low bidder. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, the request before council tonight is to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign a contract with Dalrymple Construction for, which is the second low bid of the process.
Thank you. Okay,
Madam
yes.
Mayor, I'm along the same lines as Councilman Bills on the bid bond. It sounds like they got buyer's remorse after the bid opening. I would like to know more about that on the bid bond. I mean, it's what, $40,000 difference between the two bids?
47 something, yes, Councilman.
And that's the purpose of a bid bond, is to protect us.
So I have a question. Does the action tonight, if we were to award the bid, can we go ahead and award the bid and secondarily pursue a response regarding the bid bond, as you're suggesting? Can we do both? I guess what I'm hoping we don't do is prolong awarding a bid and getting this project going, because we need to get it. It's CDBG funding partially, and it needs to be used and it needs to move forward. So tonight, it's to award the bid, but if you want us to pursue, can we put that all together? Councilman Haverfield?
Mayor, I would just give council to be careful in pursuing a bid bond in this case, because we're not hurt by the fact that we're going with the second bidder that much. I would ask our legal counsel to maybe weigh in on this, to chase a bid bond of, I'm not sure how much it is, it's not much, to try to get some resolution. The cost associated with the legal battle might be more than what we would be hoping to gain.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, just speaking from past experiences, it does seem like there's a state code. Even if they felt like they underbid it, there's a state code in there where you can withdraw that. That's not the reason that they stated in this case, but we have had that before where they looked at the bid, they looked at the other bids, they felt like they missed some of the scope of the work and severely underbid it. And so we went through city attorney, and there was a state code where they could withdraw that bid. And so I don't know if that applies in this case, but it may be something.
Okay. So I guess my question, to keep us moving tonight, do those two actions need to come together, or can we actually make a decision? I don't know. What I don't want to do is hold up us moving forward, because we need to move forward.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
A question for you, I guess. Won't this be covered during the process? The bid bond, won't that already be before they start? Isn't that a requirement?
This is related to the original low bidder withdrawing his
Yes.
bid and going back to him.
Right.
Related to his bid bond. The action before us tonight is not that action, but if that's an action we need to pursue, then it's something that we could discuss. Tonight's action is to award it to the.
That's what I'm referring to, so.
Mayor, if I might add a bit of context to how the city has handled this historically, we have, generally speaking, not gone after bid bonds unless there was something egregious in nature. The contracting community, obviously, we want to work with them. We want them to provide us bids and that, and so we've done a pretty good job over the years of building good relationships with that community. And one of those things is that we don't typically go after bid bonds if there is something that, if it's not an egregious amount, or they're just pulling it for, no good reason. And so historically, we have not gone after bid bonds in this type of a situation.
Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I'm just going to make a motion, see where it goes. I know that the first time that we had that bid, that the initial bidder was saying that he didn't have, because of the time limit, the city was holding back, that's the reason why they dropped out. And I don't want to do that this time. So I'm going to make a motion to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign contract with Delaware Rapid Construction.
And I would second that. I have a comment real quick, Madam Mayor. So I would just say on the bid bonding stuff, if we're not going to exercise bid bonds, then we should take that out of our requirements on bidding, because all it's doing is costing us money. Because the contractor takes the bid bond amount, adds it to his bid, passes it on, we pay it. If we're not going to exercise them, get rid of it in your bidding requirements, because it's not doing us a dang bit of good.
So let me ask a question, though, and I'm sorry, I'm not aware, and so maybe there will be others like me that am not aware. Is that separate from the bond for the project? This is only a bid bond for them in bidding the project, that's it?
Mayor,
Okay.
the reason for a bid bond is so that we don't have contractors just throwing lowball numbers to try to
Right.
hang on to a project and then walking away from it later on. That used to be a common practice in the old days. But in this case, there's going to be a labor, material, and payment bond and a performance bond that'll have to be a part of their project. So for them to walk away from a project after it's awarded to them, then we can go after them and go after their surety to make sure that that doesn't happen. But the bid bond is just a small amount, usually 5% of the amount of the bid, to kind of at least show good faith on their part that they want the project. But if they end up, I mean, it's hard in court, and our legal can speak to it, for them to prove, for us to prove that they weren't doing in good faith, putting together the bond, or their bid properly. And that's really what the bid bond process was meant to be. But to Councilman Reynolds' point, if we're not going to be exercising it, I think it's still important that it's there because it is best practice.
So I might suggest that this particular discussion, we defer to our facilities meeting where we talk about it, because I think it's a really good point. Excellent discussion. Thank you. So I appreciate, I think we need to have a further discussion on what we do as we move forward. So, okay,
Just to clarify as well, if we do move forward with this right now, are we able to pursue going after the bid bond coverage or no?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, in my experience, if we're going to go after the bid bond, it would be part of the award process that, so if we're awarding tonight without specifying that, no, I don't think we can, because if we were to say, yes, we're going to go after your bid bond, that could make a difference in whether they say, okay, it's enough, fine, I'll do the project. And without giving them that opportunity, I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Okay.
I'd defer to our legal, but that would be my thought.
Thank you.
okay. So we do have a motion on the table and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have anyone signed up for our public forum this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay. At this time, we will come back and give that opportunity, but at this time, I would stand for a motion to adjourn into a very,
Madam Mayor, do you want to ask if there's anyone in the
no,
audience?
I want to do it when I come back. So I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061. Very quick discussion. C, to acquire interest in real property not owned by a public agency. And that's it, really.
Second.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the motion or the second.
Motion was?
Andy?
Thank you. Thank you.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin? Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will be right back. A lot of moving around today.
I know.
So as we get started again, thank you, we're back in session. And I would like to ask, is there anyone here that had intended to speak in the public forum that did not get signed up? Thank you. Feel free to come forward and give us, now this is not are you here to speak at a public hearing? Okay, so this is only the open public hearing for public forum, not a public hearing. If you're here to testify at a public hearing that's noticed here, then you'll testify in just a little bit. Okay. The public forum is just something we do in the city of Nampa where someone that is not here to talk about anything else other than just has a comment that we need to hear. But seeing none, we will move forward, and we are ready to step into our public hearings. And our first public hearing this evening is 8-1. It is an action item. It's a public hearing to consider the creation of LID 176 for the city utility extensions and connections. Daniel, thank you.
Mayor, Councilman, this utility LID, this is an LID that we don't actually do any construction for. This is just allows residents to finance the connection fees and is typically utilized when an older home comes in and it's not on one of the city utilities, so water, sewer, or pressurized irrigation, and their septic has failed, their well has failed, they are having problems getting access to irrigation water from the flood district, and they want to connect to the city utilities, and they want to finance those connection costs rather than coming up with that money outright at the start. And so we've had, over the last few years, had 26 properties that have requested to pay their connection fees utilizing that. Historically, we used to create these LIDs and then collect everybody, and then we would close it out at the end. Some changes in the state statutes on LIDs. We now have to know everyone who is in an LID before we create it. So we now collect those up. Then when we have enough, we create the LID and then go through the process to close it out and then start billing. We have had one property owner we've had a number of property owners contact us just with questions, refreshing themselves on what we're doing and why they're receiving this letter and the notice. We do have one property owner at 35 North Midland that contacted us on Friday and let us know that they have sold the property. And so we sent an express letter out to the new property owner. This ordinance creating does not finalize the assessment. There will be another public hearing to do that will come in a month or so after we do the notices for that. In the interim time, we will have additional conversation with the property owner that has sold and the new property owners just to make sure they all understand what's happening there. Generally speaking, for this LID, for the 26 properties, it's about just under $90,000 in connection fees, $88,000 and change. But there's no actual budget impact. This is all just collection of revenue. We're deferring that over the time as we collect that revenue and finance that, typically at a 5% interest rate for the property owners.
Thank you, Daniel. I don't have any questions. Council, do you have any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. This is a public hearing, and this is an opportunity for someone that is wanting to testify on this particular issue to come forward. Do we have anyone signed up?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience tonight that was here for action item 8.1, the LID 176, that had intended to testify on this item? Seeing none. Are there any questions, additional questions for Daniel? Are we good? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, what is the will of the council?
Make a motion that we,
Your mic on.
thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion that we approve the ordinance to be put forward for the LID.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills. All in
Yes.
favor. Motion carries.
Okay, we are going to do the first reading of ordinance adopting the creation of the LID 176 for the city utility extensions and connections. And after it is read, it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Nampa, Idaho, to create local improvement district number 176 for Nampa, Idaho, for city utility extensions and connections, providing for the levying of assessments upon the property benefited by such improvements, and for the basis of making said assessments, setting forth the properties to be included in said district, and providing for making the assessment roll.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. 8.2 action item is a reconsideration of City Council approval of the appeal of Planning and Zoning's approval of subdivision preliminary plat, which results in denying the preliminary plat for Falcon Townhome subdivision in a two-family residential zoning district. This is totaling 7.77 acres at 0 Lake Lowell Avenue for Delta LLC, representing Atul Karim. So I believe our applicant and our appellant are one and the same, and they are not? Is that correct? So I guess I would like to ask who the applicant.
Mayor, I just need some clarification. So applicant is the one who filed for the reconsideration. The appellant was the one who submitted to appeal the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision.
And there are two different.
They're two different people.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. I was thinking it was one and the same. Okay, thank you. So then, Rodney, which one is going first this evening?
Mayor, the code doesn't specifically state the order. Typically, you have stated that the one who is paying for the public hearing is the one who goes first and goes last. So in this case, that would be the original applicant.
The original applicant? Okay.
So, Mr. Atul Karim.
Okay, and good evening. Hi. So, and then because this is a reconsideration, is there anything, Rodney, that we need to know tonight as we get started?
I have a lot to cover in my staff report.
But nothing we need to know before then?
Again, I would just say that you're considering this, I'm looking to our attorney again, but de novo, you're considering it as if it's for any decision that you want to make. You consider the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations, the applicants' or the appellees' comments. Those are all in your staff report, and I'll highlight them, and they are here tonight as well. And then the appellants, did I say appellee? Appellants' comments and their request as well. So you have to consider all of those things, and I highlighted all of that in the staff report, and we'll present that in my report tonight too.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I had a misunderstanding on that. So we will start with our applicant, Atul. And thank you. Is it Bonnie? Yes. Good evening, Bonnie. Good evening. How are you today?
I am great, Mayor.
Good.
I hope you're all well. Nice to see you all again. My name is Bonnie Layton. I'm with NB5. My address is 690 South Industry Way, Suite 10, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. And I am here this evening assisting Mr. Karim in this request for a reconsideration of your previous action from the Planning and Zoning decision. So effectively, we're asking you to reconsider what you had decided, and maybe we can move forward with this project. I won't touch on this for too long, but obviously, as you've seen in my other presentations, this is the future land use map, this, the designations for the surrounding area. We've got, the project is surrounded by approved and existing developments. Water and wastewater service lines are there and have capacity to serve the site. Zoning map, and you'll see this also in Rodney's staff report. So there's quite a variety of zoning designations in this area. As you are aware, Lake Lowell Avenue is a fairly significant east-west thoroughfare. Same with Middleton Road. And so there are some commercially designated uses in this area. And we believe that the zoning designation of RD is a good transition from Lake Lowell as you get further north and into a lower density. Let's see, did that go? Oops, I hit the wrong one. Sorry, Rodney. Just a quick refresher on the area of the project for anybody that's in the audience that isn't familiar, and just for you folks. So as I mentioned, we're on the north side of Lake Lowell. There's the Walmart grocery stores to the northeast. There are 3 schools in the area, a couple of parks, and then, of course, we've got Midway Road to the west and Midland Road to the east, Roosevelt, and then Iowa Avenue. So next door to us, that is zoned business commercial, so BC, and of course, we're zoned RD. And then a little backstory again. The property was originally annexed and zoned in 2006 with a development agreement. As you may recall, the project included a rough draft conceptual site plan with 44 dwelling units. No common space was required at the time. It's pretty common with a lot of the applications that I've worked on as well. Older ones like this, but there was always sort of this rough concept plan. Unfortunately, what happened in that concept plan, and I think Mr. Karim did a really good job of addressing this in his appeal letter, is once you overlay the topography and the easement for the irrigation district, you really see that the old plan was encroaching on some very specific site constraints. So while the plan was approved for a number of units, physically there are some constraints that make it not buildable. So we took a really hard look at this and evaluated what could happen. In the original plan, as you'll see, there's a very minimal landscape buffer along the northern boundary. And then there's a drive aisle. The site is actually a lot of hard surface. There's drive aisle all the way around, alleys in the middle, so a lot of hard surface, not a lot of landscaping. Again, back then, open space wasn't a requirement. So, but then when we look at how it overlays with the easement line, you can see that some of the buildings are actually in the easement, which is not possible to build due to irrigation standards and laws. So let's see. So at the time that this was put together, there was about a 45-foot approximately from the building to the north boundary. Then in the letter that you received from Mr. Karim, he said, you know, I understand that given these existing conditions, we can't build to what the rough concept was. But we've also heard what the neighbors have said, and the neighbors were concerned about the distance from the north boundary to the buildings on our site. And so that was part of the letter that he had submitted to say, I understand we're about 30 feet right now from the north boundary, and we have a 45-foot wide road. What if we shrink that down to a private drive aisle and make that 26 feet wide? We also shifted all the buildings down slightly. And so what we ended up with was an increased building setback to 50 feet. So from the north boundary line to the building, you've got that 50-foot distance. The properties to the north, they are RS6. That setback is 15 feet per code. So we are more than triple the distance for the setback to the building. In this zoning district, it's 20 feet, I believe. So we even exceed that by more than double. So the other thing that we did is to do the 50-foot setback. The other thing that we did is we really looked at the placement of the buildings. So in the previous version, we had 3 plexes all along the northern boundary, and we said, boy, there's probably an opportunity to break up that building massing a little bit, increase the landscaping and the green space on the north side of the boundary, help to provide that buffer. We do have a utility easement that we have to stay out of, but because of the shift down and then the breakup of the buildings, we've got these additional kind of open spaces in between the buildings to provide some relief, and some relief not only in the landscape, but then also with the building. So it's not just a straight line. You've got some opportunity for the landscape and the trees to kind of meander through there. And so with that, one of the things that I looked at when I came on board is making sure that, okay, we want to do this. How do we comply with the code? And so we have the parking. We're required to have 22. We have 24 parking spaces in addition to 2 covered spaces in the garages per unit. So, and 20-foot driveways. So with that, I am happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Bonnie, thank you. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
just a quick question, and obviously there'll be more information provided to us. We're not talking about individual ownerships. Are we talking about, it says townhouse or townhome subdivision, but these aren't townhouses, is that correct?
These would be individually owned, Councilman
So there
Haverfield.
will be lot lines between the units?
That is correct, and you'll see that on the landscape set submittal. We made sure that the lots for a duplex or a triplex building, the code outlines that the combination of them for a duplex has to be 6,000 feet minimum, and for a triplex, it's 9,000 feet minimum. So we've met those requirements. And that is one of the conditions, should you feel that this could move forward in this revised state, that the plat would be updated accordingly. But the lines are shown on the landscape architecture, the black and white set that was submitted with this updated site rendering.
So just for clarification then, a duplex would be potentially 2 different ownerships?
That is correct.
A triplex would be 3 different ownerships?
That is correct.
Okay. It's not a duplex lot or a triplex lot?
You are correct. It is not one building under one ownership.
Okay.
It provides for individual ownership. And then the common landscape areas would be maintained by the homeowners association.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Bonnie, the dashed lines, that's the easement line, correct, in this photo, or no?
Yes, Councilman Griffin, are you talking about the
black dashed line all the way around the canal, and then it flattens off parallel to Lake Lowell, that right there, yes.
That is the property boundary.
Okay.
And then we have, right there is where the line is for the easement. The easement is a minimum of 80 feet for the irrigation, 40 on either side. We also have a utility easement running along the northern boundary as well as along the eastern boundary.
Okay.
So,
And then, and south of that boundary, the property boundary line, does the city own that? Is that for a future sidewalk to be placed in, or who owns the portion southern to that dashed line?
so south of that, it looks like there was some right-of-way take that had already been done. And so in the conditions of approval, there's requirements, just like any other application, that this development would have to do those frontage improvements.
Okay, so landscaping will be placed in those areas as well,
Yes.
with the sidewalk and so on, okay.
Yep.
The only reason I bring it up, I was looking at this and saying, well, where's the landscaping on the southern portion of this project? It's not here, maybe I missed it in the packet and staff will go back through, but I just wanted to be sure there would be something off Lake Lowell rather than empty lot, canal, and then we see the development.
That's a very fair question. As I said, when I came on board, we looked at trying to get the majority of it, but the details would be addressed in the construction documents and with city staff, should you want to write that as a condition.
Thank you.
But it would be standard.
Are there any other questions from staff at this time? Yes.
Just as a follow-up, this concept includes garages, it appears.
That is correct, Councilman Haverfield. Each unit would have a 2-car garage, and then there's driveway space in front. And then we've provided throughout the site the required guest parking spaces. So it's 0.5 space per unit. And so we're required to have 22. We have 24. And we tried to disperse them out as best as we could throughout the site. And then I know this was a question, so I'm flipped here. The pink is the non-qualified open space in this exhibit. The qualified is the bright green. And then there's also additional, we don't plan to fence these yards. They'll have a bit of a privacy screen between the units, but it's really meant to live and breathe and be maintained in common. So this is a lot more landscape and greenscape than the previous plan. And again, I think a lot better opportunity for buffering with landscaping.
Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. This now leads me to a question. What was the rationale to not having them be individually owned lots? What was the rationale not putting fences around people's properties?
Councilman Griffin, so that's something that for this type of development, we felt that I guess people could fence them if they wanted to. I own a property similar to this, and you have a little bit of a privacy space, but then you feel like you can sort of, wander out on the grass that's part of the common area. I mean, if that's something that you felt very strongly about, I guess that could be a condition of approval. But as we've drawn it, they would be open with just some privacy spaces between the units.
I would say actually living in a townhome, I would feel very strongly against any fencing because the only way to maintain it is the open space. You can't have a bunch of fences. And it really is very impractical and it would hinder the atmosphere there. The green privacy areas are a much better way to go in this type of environment. Yeah.
Thank you to both.
Yeah.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, what about is this going to be a one-way street, or is this no parking on the street, or is it able enough to handle the traffic coming and going?
That's a good question, Councilman Rodriguez. What we are proposing here is a private drive aisle on either side of the main street. So the main street is a public street. And I know there's some discussion on whether there should be maybe a Knox box there and it gated, locked off. But the streets that come off of that are designed to be a private drive instead. And so we've reviewed this with engineering and they have signed off on it as well. We've got, as you'll see on either end, hammerhead turnarounds for emergency vehicles and the garbage truck. So it won't connect through anywhere that way, but we'll take access off of Lake Lowell.
Mayor Kling, follow-up. I was wondering how does that work when you have a private street connecting to a public street?
Yep. So we have done those in the past. We've got private drives going off of the public street. Actually, the previous version, I'm not sure what they were proposing there, but you can have, let me see how do I state this properly? Rodney, maybe you can help me on the connections for, you can't have a private road connecting to public roads. So, I mean, if we were to designate the north-south one as private, then we would be having an issue. But because we're coming off a public road and going out that way, that's okay.
Well, that was what I was getting at, so thank you for clarifying that.
Yep.
So I wonder about that, but I'm going to listen for the rest of this information coming out, but I'm concerned about that.
Thank you. Yes.
Just follow up. Bonnie, it doesn't appear that you've shown internal sidewalks as far as for connectivity in and out of the subdivision. Is that just not shown at this point?
That is correct, Councilman Haverfield. We would be, in the preliminary plat process, we would be detailing all of those connections out in further detail per staff's requirements.
So it would be the intent, maybe the staff can speak to it, but ADA compliance across the property and then out to Lake Lowell would be provided.
Yes, that is correct. The right-of-way that we are showing that's north-south is the full public right-of-way and would be, excuse me, designed the same as the street that we're tying into there. So it'll have sidewalks, ADA ramps. It'll go out to the frontage along Lake Lowell with the pathways. Yep.
Any other questions? Bonnie, you know the how we do this, so
Yep.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. So is our appellant here this evening? There you go. So I think you've been here enough, too. You probably know name, address, and
Yes,
7
ma'am.
minutes, and then we'll ask you questions.
So my name is Zebediah Haynes. I live at 11144 West Moreau River Street, Nampa, Idaho, 83686. Is that it? I guess, yeah. So I am here to discuss with you that the reason why for the appeal was actually to specify that the plat that they provided did not substantially conform to the original DA. Everything they've just spoken of is not the original plat that they actually provided at the P&Z meeting. That is a modified version, so I can't speak as much to that as I did to the original plat, which is what I'm going to continue speaking to, because that's what's being appealed. So I'm here to appeal the Planning and Zoning Commission approval of subdivision preliminary plat for Falcon Town Homes subdivision, or maintain the appeal. On behalf of members of the Copper River Basin and Carriage Hill North subdivision. I don't know how this works. Okay. The reasons for the appeal were to address the concerns of the surrounding community homeowners, inconsistencies between the 2006 residential development agreement and proposed Falcon Town Homes preliminary plat, and seek possible resolutions to meet the needs and goals of the growing community. I like to add pictures for things because it makes me feel better, because it breaks up all the monotony. So the concerns of the homeowners, as you would have read in meeting packet pages 360 to 385, included drainage. Nothing has been provided as to how the natural above-ground drainage will be accommodated for on-site. The new subdivision will be at a higher plane than the existing northern community. Inconsistencies in documentation provided by Falcon Town Homes, which apparently is continuing. The provided landscaping plans have inconsistent scaling stated on the same document. Documents have been submitted to the city stating the units will be rentals with verbal referencing of for sale to owners. The first initial form that they used said it would be a rental. Then when they submitted the secondary form to you that I appealed, it said other and blank. We have traffic concerns with limited access to the new subdivision, a chain across South Sabine River Avenue, which is what he had told us at the public meeting at his property, that he was looking at doing for emergency access only between the two subdivisions, will not likely stop an increase in traffic and pedestrian traffic between the northern subdivision and the new community. The traffic continuing. Additional congestion during school bus pickup and drop-off may be caused by having a singular entrance in and out of the new community rather than two per the 2006 DA on Lake Lowell Avenue. Parking. The number of parking spaces does not appear to be sufficient to keep new community members from using surrounding roads and neighborhoods for overflow parking. The privacy, close proximity of the Falcon Plat building design reduces the space buffer between the new structures and the existing homes, with no subdivision amenities, pool, basketball court, etc., provided in the Falcon Plat. It will increase the chances of new tenants unlawfully using the existing surrounding subdivision's amenities. This is the picture that they actually have on their design, which is part of what I will be referencing to in regards to what it does and does not coincide with the 2006 DA. Inconsistency with the 2006 DA Exhibit C, Section 3, as found in meeting packet, page 337. The minimum floor area or minimum dwelling size shall be 1,600 square feet, exclusive of the garage area. The 2006 DA, obviously, that's what it specified. The Falcon Plat was only at 1,510. They're also talking about reducing now the size of it to accommodate for the spacer. At least 75%, and I don't want to go through. These are the Exhibit C, Section 3B. The DA variations were required in wall plane. Falcon Plat has no floor level offset or architectural features noted on the plats. The elevations of dwelling for Section E, the 2006 DA provides examples as seen here. Falcon Plat does not show or infer any in their plat. Continuing on with the Exhibit C, Section C, from the 2006 DA, elevations of dwellings include the DA a minimum requirement of 20%. Falcon Plat has none shown or inferred. The dwellings, section G, 2068 gives examples of architectural detail requirements. Falcon Plat has none shown or inferred. So these are inconsistencies between the original plat, their plat, and the original DA plat or information provided. As you can see here, another angle that was provided by them in the original plat. Moving on to Exhibit C, Section 4, Meeting Package, page 338. 2006 DA included parking, landscaping, sidewalk, front yard, and two-way road along the northern property line. It was established to be 50-plus feet during the last meeting that I had with the council members, and acknowledged by the property owner as well in his own documentation, and now it's being moved to a 30, 20, 50, depending on the version you look at. So we have conflict of variations there and inconsistencies. The building exteriors, the 2006 requires minimum change of plane for at least 40%. Falcon does not have either of these requirements shown or inferred, once again. And then Section D, the exterior finished materials, 2068 requires a minimum of 3. Falcon Plat does not have the requirements met, shown or inferred. Here are the original plat that is actually included in the 2068. Here's the latest recommended plat provided by the property owner. As you can see, they are moving the buildings. They have changed streets. These things are all changes that have happened. Continuing on with the details, the building locations were changed. The community vehicle access points were changed, 2 to 1. The garage loading, rear to front, changes. These are all changes and inconsistencies between the 2068 and his plat. We have exterior parking. The change of the amount of spaces is unfathomable. You have over 101 and less than around 20, I guess, in the other. Road changes, multiple access points with down to 1. Trying to get within my time. Oops. Yeah, it's not going on to the next one. Or is that the end of it? I'm at the end? Oh, great. Good. I beat my time. So what we have here is the point of this appeal was to clarify that they did not substantially meet the 2006 DA. It's not, that was the whole reason for the appeal, is that it does not substantially conform to the 2006 DA, which, as you see, when you move the buildings and things like that, you're changing roadways, moving buildings. These are all variations from the original version that they had on the top here. That is a very different schematic, looking at it from a layman's point of view for me. Those are very different locations, so there's a lot of variations in this, and that was the reason for the appeal, and to try to find a happy medium between the owner, the property owner, and the local community. I think I'll say that's it for now. Thank you.
Go ahead and stay there. Council, do you have any questions? I guess.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
So would you, realizing it's been an evolving change of layout, but the latest that we're looking at and what was explained previous to yourself, it seems like this is dialing in and getting it worked out, where in '06, conceptual plans didn't need to worry about the farm property to the north. And so it was granted as a concept, knowing there's going to be changes thereafter. We're now after the fact. Seems like it's dialing in tighter and closer to a compatibility or meshes. I know you're appealing because of the procedural parts and so forth. I'm just trying to get an idea if you see any benefit in what was shown to us here in the last 10, 15 minutes?
I believe this information would all be beneficial, but should have been at the beginning instead of at this stage. This should have been part of the initial conversation before it was brought to planning and zoning, in my opinion, because that would have allowed for the discussions to not take up your time with what does the law say. This could have been an honest, open communication between the surrounding communities and the property owner. And that would have been wonderful. We've actually had a conversation with the corner lot. They came and asked to speak with our community to see what our thoughts are and what they were going to put in. I was very grateful that they did that.
Corner lot being the commercial?
The commercial, yes. They actually came and spoke with us and came to one of our HOA meetings to discuss with our HOA members on what we would like to see in there. That was I personally found that very comforting, that they're actually taking into consideration the primary people that they're literally going to be selling to anyways. So it's good business to do that on top of everything else. Because I'll admit it, if I know that there's a store right around the corner from my house, I'd much rather support that than have to go even farther. Granted, we have Walmart, which is kind of hard to miss. But I'm a mom pop shop kind of guy, so that's where my loyalties lie, I'll admit it. But I'd like to save money too.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. So as you know, it's a public hearing. At the end of the public hearing, we will have you come back and provide or answer any questions and provide closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we are ready to move on to the staff report. Rodney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. I have to start with just saying this one is complex, and there's a lot of history here. So please forgive me if I made any mistakes in my staff report, but I really tried to give you what is the question before you. And I think it kind of comes down to what is here being proposed by the applicant. The plat, does it comply with all city codes? Does it comply with the development standards? And does it comply with the development agreement in general? Those are the questions before you on a plat. Because there's a development agreement in place, it needs to comply with that, and then it needs to follow code. Staff has found in the past that it did comply with city code. There was no concerns brought up by the city council in the past about it complying with city code. So the question was then, does it comply, substantially comply with the development agreement? So I've done my very best to try to get down to the most important things we need to cover, but there is so much, and I think we just need to kind of work through this, unfortunately. I'm not going to go over all the history. Suffice it to say, it went back and forth and got agreements, annexation, zoning, development agreements, and then really it comes down to these three things that have happened this past couple of years. The P&Z Commission approved the proposed plat and found that it substantially complied. The City Council approved the appeal of the plat, voting to deny the preliminary plat application and finding that the plat did not substantially conform to the development agreement concept plan. And at that time, it was primarily, there was a lot of thought that this concept plan was exactly what needed to be followed, and so that was the reason given. And then the applicant submitted for reconsideration, and City Council did grant the applicant to come back before you based on his arguments in his reconsideration letter. So I need to go through this. This is pretty critical. The City Council's reasoning for denial of the preliminary plat, this is all their justification. Preliminary plat was based on it not matching the detail in the concept site plan and development agreement, though the development agreement language made it clear that the final site plan would be different from the concept after further research and design. Two, the City Council did not consider the violation of Idaho irrigation easement law in approving the concept site plan in 2006 and holding the applicant to that plan, since the easement was already existing at that time. So there was an easement in place. Number three, piping the canal as the council directed in order to comply with the concept site plan of 2006 will never be permitted by the irrigation district, as stated by the irrigation district's engineer, Greg Curtis, and thus the council's direction to do so is not possible. Number four, council discussed a greater setback from the existing homes to the north through the concept site plan, though the concept site plan did not have dimensions. An exact conformance to that site plan would be in contradiction to creating a greater setback. So I just want to emphasize on this one, 30 feet has been talked about. The setback was from the original concept plan. There was no dimensions on that concept site plan in the development agreement. So it's impossible for me to say what that setback was or what it should be. The applicant just took that that distance of 45 feet of road, and he tried to see how far that same measurement fell when compared to the backyard of each of those townhouses, and said, it looks about 30 feet. Again, no dimensions on the site plan in the development agreement. The conditions of approval, number 5, the conditions of approval from 2006 Exhibit C4A states that the building and site design shall comply to the following standards. Quote, projects shall be designed to use the least number of vehicular access points. The 2024 layout approved by the Nampa P&Z Commission and overturned by City Council reduced the access points onto Lake Lowell to 1 access point. The City Council decision letter refers to this reduction to 1 access point as one of the reasons the City Council overturned the P&Z Commission's approval. This reason conflicts with the 2006 conditions of approval. Number 6, the conditions of 2006 approval, Exhibit C4B states, quote, buildings shall be oriented with primary consideration being given to the visual impact from arterial streets. The view from arterial streets should be dominated by the view of the primary or front building facade. External views of parking lots are strongly discouraged. Buildings shall be oriented to face the most primary adjacent road to the property upon which they are proposed to be constructed. End quote. The 2024 layout approved by Nampa P&Z Commission and overturned by City Council accomplished this by eliminating the parking and driving lane visible from the primary adjacent road, Lake Lowell Avenue. The 2024 City Council decision letter states that the lack of compliance with the 2006 site plan parking lots surrounding the housing as one of the reasons for overturning the approval. Okay, so that was all of those reasons that they gave in the reconsideration request. And this is directly from the development agreement. So you can see here, projects shall be designed to use the least number of vehicular access points. We confirmed that. Detached sidewalks are encouraged. Building orientation, primary consideration being given to visual impact from arterial streets. That was a big point he made. The arterial street here is Lake Lowell, and so, the view there is critical. External views of large expanses of parking lots are strongly discouraged, which seems to conflict with the concept site plan that was in the development agreement. So that is his argument. Buildings shall be oriented to face the most primary adjacent road to the property upon which they are proposed to be constructed. I don't think there's much concern about that because they're being constructed off of a primary road that is a private drive now. Okay, so then the applicant submitted 2 concepts or 2 site plan alternatives with their reconsideration request to you. One would be to take that 30 feet from building to boundary to the north, or the property line to the north, and widen that out by reducing the width of that 45-foot road to 26, which is the minimum. The second alternative they gave was to turn the buildings to the side so that none of those buildings or windows are facing the properties to the north. And again, this is different, and we would have to see a site plan, or excuse me, a new preliminary plat for this one if this direction is taken. Quite a bit different than what was originally proposed. And then because the first alternative that I just showed you reduces the roadway width, it also eliminates on-street parking and fails to comply with current parking standards. Though there are some questions about whether a development agreement, because a development agreement is in place, what are the parking standards that they are required to follow. The applicant has just stated that they would follow the development agreement minimum number of parking spaces. And so that was that third alternative that they provided. And as you can see, they've included some parking and guest parking that would meet our current standards for parking now. In addition, they would have individual, at least 2 parking spaces per unit, plus one of those being, at least one of those being covered. This is the applicant's landscape plan that they submitted, and it shows those property lines. As was discussed earlier, these are townhouses. I know there's a lot of confusion about the way we refer to these triplexes, duplexes. We'll just call these 2- and 3-unit townhouses. That's the correct term for them. Here's a more detailed view of that landscape plan on the far west end of the property. The middle.
Rodney, could I ask you a question?
You bet.
I think I need a clarification. Earlier, we asked the question if they were individually owned, but I see the black line like one owner owns 2 or 3 units. Are they, because your dark black lines, the way they are set, so that line is the line separating them?
That is a property line.
Okay, so it almost these black lines almost make it look like the property is the big one. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
Thank you.
good question. That dark black line on the far right of the screen is a match line because you're dividing out the larger landscape plan into 3. You're going to show the next
And I'm
slide.
talking about the dark black line around each unit. Each
Oh,
unit.
that's just a building, yeah.
It's just a building. It is
Yeah.
not a line. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I needed to clarify. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, can I since you're at this
Which
point
one?
too, the sidewalks that are not shown internal to the development, that's going to take additional space as well. That's
Yeah.
not considered as a part of this presentation.
Good question. Mayor?
I also have a question, and that is it required? And I'm sorry, am I allowed to refer to where I live? Because I live in a townhome subdivision, privately owned streets, there are no sidewalks, and we don't need them. Internal to that subdivision, now when you go down that publicly owned road, you may want them, but in that other area, we don't use them, and we don't need them.
So, great
So are they
questions, both of
required?
them. Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, because it is a private drive, they are not required.
And that's why I asked the question initially, if it was required or not.
The public
Otherwise-
street would be.
Otherwise,
Public street,
someone
yeah.
has to go into the street to be able to maneuver out if they're pedestrian or on a bike.
Right.
There's no sidewalk for protection purposes.
Mayor?
Yes.
And then an additional question with that, with the driveways, I do not know what the ADA compliance is, if it has to be a rounded curb or if it has to go flush with the street. Thank you, Daniel.
There's no ADA required.
Because it's a private drive.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, there is no ADA requirement for residential, single-family ownership. If it were commercial in nature, there is ADA requirements. There is not ADA requirements on a product of this nature.
And because you said that, I'm going to reiterate it again. This is not a commercial development. And they have individual homeowners per lot, not using as a rental commercial property in this neighborhood. Okay.
And also,
I need to, Mayor, I need to just clarify that just a little bit. We do not control whether somebody rents or buys, but these are available for individual ownership. So someone may choose to buy all 3 units and rent 2 of them out, but they could also each be owned.
Understood, but the applicant himself is not using this project to have a property management company come in and lease out each of the units. Whether somebody wants to come in and buy a cluster of 3 or a full row, as a private citizen buying from the developer, that's a whole different issue, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
and I would just follow up then, in our packet, what appears to be less than 20 feet from that center drive lane back to the front of the garage, it appears to be about 10 to 12 in the packet, maybe a little bit more in this presentation slide. But isn't there a 20-foot requirement back to the face of the garage from that prescriptive drive lane?
So,
15
Christie, if you
feet to
can
the living
show
area?
where the garage would start. Yep. So the front of that is just the driveway, and it is the distance that is the required 20 feet.
20 feet. In our packet, there appears to be slides that show further to the west, less than that, so it wouldn't comply with our requirements
Yeah.
as far as depicted.
Mayor and councilman, yes, there is a lot of material in your packet. I had to provide everything. They've submitted several different iterations of this, but based on what they've submitted, this would comply with the 20-foot setback and then the garage there.
And for clarification, it has to comply.
It has
It
to.
has to comply. There's not an option.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are
Okay,
there
so
any other-
here's.
Well, I
I'm
guess
sorry.
we're still going, sorry.
We're still going, yeah. This is the eastern edge of the property. I want to just address a couple of things that I've heard in the presentation so far. Comments about the design of the buildings. A plat is strictly for the development of the land. The actual design of the property or the project or buildings will have to comply with design review committee requirements, which what staff does is we take the development agreement and all of the conditions in that development agreement and we incorporate those into our staff report to the design review committee. So they'll look at this and say, oh, you have to have these materials, you have to have offsets. How are you going to do that? This is strictly just division of the land and the landscaping that we're talking about, and the roadway layout and the open space. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize, and just for confirmation, Rodney, because you had mentioned there's so much in this packet.
Yeah.
When we referred to the landscape design, that is to scale, that is the correct portions, because I know there are some
correct
animation, imagery, or whatever you would call it, not showing a 20-foot driveway, but the landscape design is scale for the entire project. That's what we
That's
can
correct.
refer to look at. Thank you.
sorry, Mayor, I should have referred to you
You're good,
first.
thank you.
All right, so this, just a staff note, again, I just wanted to re-emphasize this. Plats are evaluated based on their conformance with code and substantial conformance with any development agreement or conditions of approval. So questions about, does this provide more traffic? Does this create more crime? Does this reduce our property values? Those technically aren't legal reasons for you to consider. Does it comply with code, and does it substantially comply with the development agreement? Those are the two questions you have to consider. I got a lot of comments, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's very clear, because some of those comments do not refer to what legal authority you have to decide here. So the appellant's justification, I think he's done a really good job of describing his concern. He's arguing that the layout of that plat did not substantially comply with the development agreement. So I've put all his narrative in the packet, and he has presented to you. I'm not sure what else to say there. I don't want to underrepresent him, but these are the comments that he made. So here's the development agreement. As you can see, no dimensions on here. It's kind of difficult to see exactly what's being done, but a couple of things we noted. 44-unit duplex and so this is incorrect language here. 44 2-unit and 3-unit townhouse buildings. Some design elements, generally those found in design review code already, but they'll have to go through the design review committee process. Preliminary plat. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this because they're proposing to revise the plat to comply with the site plan that you approve or deny tonight. But what I found is when I was reviewing their plat, it did comply with city code. I will review that again if you decide to go with their new concept that they've proposed and make sure that all of those same standards are met. The lot sizes, the setbacks, the landscaping, the parking, all of those things I will review at time of submittal. Again, I think we can just kind of jump over this. This is all going to be reviewed. It was compliant, and it will have to be compliant when they submit again. So a landscape plan was submitted, and the pathway open space, we've already talked about that. Open space was not a requirement of city code at the time that this was approved for a development agreement. However, they have supplied their plans that show that open space still and a pathway. And parking, as I've stated, this is the updated site plan with the correct amount of parking per code. This is the concept plan, just to show you the difference. This was the original plan that they submitted, the site plan, and now here's the updated site plan. And I just want to go kind of back and forth there. You can see the qualified open space or open space on the far left, and then around the buildings as well. The adjusted access to the property. Again, the development agreement said to try to limit the amount of access to this property as much as possible. So we have the one access in conformance with the roadway to the north and to the south there. I want to address, there was some concerns stated about, in some of the comments I got were concerns about bus stops, and by reducing the number of access points on the property, it's going to cause confusion and hazards for students. That's actually the opposite of what we find. The less access is safer for those students who are stopping for a bus stop. And so just wanted to clarify that, and I would look to Daniel if there are any other questions about that topic. Okay, so building department conformance with the Title IV and the building code. Nampa Meridian Irrigation provided their easement there that has to be complied with. They also submitted their comments that stated they would not allow this waterway to be tiled or piped. The fire district gave their response times of 4 minutes. Their goal is 5 minutes. The Nampa Engineering Division gave some specific comments about traffic, impact study requirements, utility availability, and frontage improvements requirements. I listed it twice, sorry about that. And then Nampa Parks and Recreation talked about the 20-foot wide permanent easement to the city on the south and southwest sides of the Deer Flat Nampa Canal for the Edwards Pathway. And so they will be required to dedicate that and to build that pathway. They request that the pathway be built to the standards in the master plan. They will be required to, and they asked them to revise a tree species to comply with our standards. I received a lot of comments, and I tried my best to incorporate all of the comments that were in the appeal as well as the reconsideration. So this first slide are the people who submitted comments on appeal. There was quite a few that were past the deadline, and so they weren't all their comments weren't submitted in the first staff report, but they were submitted to you at the meeting. Next, we had comments for reconsideration. I thought I'd just touch on a few of these. Concerns about land use compatibility, density, noise, pollution. One comment said townhouse residents are more likely to be involved in crime, prostitution, and drugs. Another one said that townhouse residents are less likely to take pride in their property and will not maintain it. Another one said townhouse residents are likely to park on the Copper River Basin subdivision streets and use subdivision park and pool. Townhouse residents likely to be unruly young adults with shady behavior. That was a quote. Townhouse residents will walk through the Copper River Basin subdivision streets and sidewalks. Townhome height was a concern as it relates to the neighboring subdivision. Access concerns, lack of enough parking, lack of capacity for utilities, traffic increases, decreases in home values, road access into the Copper River Basin subdivision. Again, the decision before you, does it comply with code? Does it substantially comply with the development agreement? That's the question. Those were all the comments that we received, all the people who have submitted them. I believe there were some that were submitted just in the last couple hours. I did not include them on this slide, but they were submitted really late. Here are the recommended conditions of approval. And I want to highlight this last one because I believe you should, if you decide to approve this proposal, that you need to decide between those options. The proposed option on 13 is number C, or letter C, provide a 50-foot setback. And in the motion that I've placed before you, it's listed as alternative 3. That was how it was described in the staff report. Again, this is a motion for approval or denial, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, there was a lot to this one, so I'll do my best.
It's first.
Okay, and then you? Okay, 2 questions.
Just a quick question. When this original development agreement in 2006 was put together, it provided 2 access points on Lake Lowell, which did not require an access to the north. This concept now has just the one entrance onto Lake Lowell. A second one will be required for this many units. Can you speak to the development agreement, how binding is the original concept with the 2 entrances versus one, no cross-access to the north?
Mayor and council, this is the crux of the question. How much does this concept plan or site plan in the development agreement apply, and how closely do we have to follow it? I would argue that without dimensions here, without a lot of detail here, and with language in the development agreement saying, hey, reduce the amount of access as much as possible, try to eliminate as much parking as possible against Lake Lowell, those are assumptions that this is going to be we're going to need to work through this. We've had lots of development agreements that haven't, we have the proposal that gets approved doesn't match exactly the concept or site plan in the development agreement. The intention is there, but that's the question. I think that's what the appellant is asking is, hey, this doesn't comply. This doesn't match the site plan that was in the development agreement. There's some questions there because with the language in the development agreement kind of giving some questions about how to change this site plan in the future, it makes it difficult for staff to say, well, it has to comply with this, especially since an easement was in place at the time that this was approved, and it's not going to be granted to give access or be able to tile or pipe that waterway.
So just to follow up on that, that's all right. Just to follow up on that thought then, the original development agreement did not have the crossover. When the development was created to the north, it appears that a crossover was planned for in that development. So people that were purchasing on that other side of this boundary line would have known that there would have been a continuation, even though the original development agreement for this development didn't have it. So I guess I just want to make sure from a city standpoint that we're not stating something that wasn't perceived to always be the play. Going across this property, aligning with Carriage Hill roadway, which would make more sense as a cross alignment than the 2 offsets. But this development, as originally conceived, would have had no impact to the neighbors to the north. That's why I asked the question initially.
Mayor, that was a very astute catch there. Yes, the Copper River Basin to the north has a road that butts up against this property with the expectation that they have the connection through. The comprehensive plan calls for these roadways to connect and to create connectivity wherever possible. It helps with traffic, helps with safety, and it helps to get people interacting with each other or be able to walk to their neighbor's property. It's just strongly encouraged in our comprehensive plan. So I always encourage that we create connectivity whenever possible.
Yes. Actually, Councilman Reynolds and the Griffins, yes.
Madam Mayor, Rodney, I have a question. I probably should have asked the original applicant, but 2006 development agreement had 9.63 acres, and now we're at 7.8. Do you know where that extra piece of ground went,
Yes.
the other acre, 1.8?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, yes, I do. The right-of-way has been dedicated at time of annexation, so that reduced that size.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, on page 318 of our packet, it has the architectural design. Is that the standard? Has this gone through design review? Does it need to go through design review? And would that depiction be what the actual product is going to look like? For anybody who downloaded the packet and has seen it, they'll know why I'm asking that question.
Yeah. Mayor and Council, great question. Thank you for that. The rendering that they gave in the packet has not gone through design review, and yes, they will be required to go through design review. My expectation is this is going to change quite a bit because of all those conditions that were placed on it in the development agreement.
But as it currently stands, it would not qualify for design review at all.
Mayor and Council, just maybe a clarification there. You mean that it wouldn't meet the design review standards?
Correct.
Correct. Based on the development agreement criteria, it would not meet those standards.
Thank you.
But I just want some clarity. It would have to? So it is required to meet the design review standards?
And that's what I was
Correct.
getting at.
And that what is in here doesn't look like what it's going to look like based on the development agreement and having to meet those standards.
And
thank you.
I'm sure that's of public concern. It was of my personal concern, so that's why just getting that out in front and saying, this will change. This is not what it's going, the end product will not be this.
Just a reminder, this is, again, a plat, and a plat is for the land and give you a site plan of the land. It's not intended to approve the design of a building typically.
And Mayor, one final follow-up. Is that design review going to go through the staff level or commission level?
Committee level.
Committee level, thank you.
Are there any other questions right now for Rodney before we step into public hearing? Rodney, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay, this is a public hearing, and Shar will share how many we have signed up. But just a reminder that this evening, because we have other public hearings and most of you are here, when you come forward, please state your name and your address, and you'll have 3 minutes in order to share what you'd like to share. We do not allow any comments coming just loudly from the group. You just have that 3 minutes that you get to speak, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Madam Mayor, we have 3 people that did an advance sign up for this item, and the first person is Fred DePaul.
That was just in favor, that was not to speak.
Okay.
So you are in support of?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Lisa DePaul?
Could
so I
we
will
pause
state
real
it,
quickly?
yes.
I'm sorry. Fred, I know you didn't want to speak, but do you mind stepping forward?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Going ahead and stating, because we have a question for you, so stating your name and address.
Fred DePold, 4765 East Fortuna Drive, Napa, Idaho.
Thank you. So I think I just heard you said you're in support.
Correct.
So you're in support of the reconsideration and the denial.
I am in support of this project. I've been following it pretty much
Of
since
it
day
moving
one.
forward.
having it move forward.
Okay.
And I saw it get approved through P&Z, and we were very excited about that. I'll have to say we were quite disappointed when the approval was removed. And so seeing this new site plan, especially with them dealing with, the buffer, the 50 foot to the north, and the minimum requirement, I believe, is 20 feet. And so they've greatly increased that. They have made changes like move the duplexes to the north side in consideration, again, of the neighbors, reducing the number of units against the neighbors and increasing the usable open space on that side. And I just think this is a great layout. And all things considered, that we started with a kind of a rough draft sketch that they used to do back then, wouldn't be allowed today, that my wife and I feel this is a very usable project at this point.
Okay. Thank you for being willing to stand up and speak so
Sure.
that we understood exactly where you were.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
And Madam Mayor, I just want to state for the record that Lisa DePold does not want to speak, but she is in support of this project.
Correct.
Our last speaker is Cheryl Higley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Cheryl Higley at 12441 South Abbott Downing Way. I concur with what Zeb Haynes has said. Both the applicant's request for reconsideration and the staff report indicate that it is impossible to build the concept plan as shown in the 2006 development agreement for this property. So how can it possibly be considered to substantially conform with it? While we appreciate the positive changes that the developer has made, the proper procedures have not been followed. Per Code Section 10-2-5D, the applicant is to file for a modification or termination of the existing DA under the following circumstances. 1, a change to any of the terms or conditions of the original development agreement is proposed. 2, a substantial change to any established positioning of any structure over 200 square feet is proposed. 3, a substantial change to any approved parking or landscaping area layout or arrangement is proposed. Number 4, a substantial change to any approved set of building elevations or exterior appearance or design is proposed. All 4 of these circumstances apply to this development, and therefore it should not be considered as substantially conforming with the 2006 DA, and the proper procedure should not be ignored. Regarding exterior appearance, the 2006 DA includes many details regarding the exterior appearance, an architectural concept drawing submitted to the city and being used to market the property as already approved on Zillow are as plain and simple as a Motel 6 and are not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Even though this is to go through an architectural design, as Councilman Griffin mentioned, it does not give the neighbors much confidence in the quality of these dwellings when the drawings depicting the bare minimum are being used to court the council for approval. Regarding parking, the application on page 299 of your packet, which is dated 12/5/24, indicates 2-car garage for each townhouse plus 1 guest parking, which differs from what has been said verbally tonight. No total was given. In the 2006 DA, there were 195 parking spaces. So that alone is a significant change. So please clarify that, because I know 2-car garages, 2-car driveways were mentioned, but the actual application says something different. So based on the facts presented tonight, I would urge you to deny the application for Falcon Townhouses. Thank you for your consideration and for all that you do for our wonderful city. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any other advance signups.
Thank you. Are there others here this evening that had intended to testify? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. Is there anyone else besides? Okay, so you can just come forward, just follow behind. So thank you for sharing your name and address, and as you know, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Susie Clausa. I reside at 11156 West Moreau River Street, and I'm here as an HOA board member of Copper River Basin. As much as I don't want to see anything built there, it's going to happen, but I have objections to certain things. We were promised that that road would be emergency use only. I face Tallapoosa, and I can tell you the speeding that goes on that street is unbelievable. And my concern is people cutting through our community to come out on Tallapoosa, and right when they come out, that's where the bus stop is for the kids. And I'm just really concerned for the kids. We also have a lot of kids this December for Christmas got those mini bikes, and the way they fly across the street without ever looking. I almost hit one just a week ago because he came flying out of the side street. So I am concerned about the traffic. And as I said, we were told it would be emergency use only, and I would like to definitely, if this goes forward, to see the developer put in a gate and not allow traffic to come through there, use it for the emergency use only. And I do agree with Cheryl and Zeb on a lot of things, especially the drainage issue, because it is at a higher level than the rest of our community. And again, you know, why I'd like to see nothing there. You can't stop progress. I'm from California. So thank you, Mayor and City Council members.
Thank you so much. Oops, okay, hi.
Sean Kerr, 13118 South Wind River. So we're just right on the other side of that entryway that they're looking to open back up. As the previous person had stated, it was promised that that would be closed for emergency use only, making it non-compliant, I think, with what the councilman already said, that it will need 2 entrances and thoroughfares for that size. I think the most of us, kind of the same thing. We know something's going to happen there. The biggest thing that we have is constraint. It seems that each time something comes forward, it's just a constraint on the people who are going to be purchasing these townhomes. They're going to have limited access in and out. They're going to have limited parking that is going to overflow. We already have another subdivision that's down the way on Middleton that's going to be going in, further adding to more traffic on that road. I don't know if any of you guys have been down there at 5 o'clock, but the 4-way stops at Middleton, Iowa, basically anywhere that's trying to get from South Nampa to North Nampa, vice versa, there's a 30-car to 40-car pileup. Those cars will be coming through our neighborhood regardless if that's opened up, period. And then they will be traveling down streets that are now taken from 50 feet down to 26 feet with cars parked on both sides because there's no parking. Accidents, damages, things like that are going to come up regardless of what's, I guess, proposed. And I think that's our biggest thing, you know. We found out at our last HOA meeting that there's actually a halfway house that's built in the subdivision, which is illegal. But we're having to fight with that as well. So it's one of those things where we're just not super confident that, you know, just pass the bill, we'll see what's in it later is going to be kind of what comes out, you know, as far as the councilman had said about the designs of the home, the spacings of the home, everything looks really nice laid out on paper, but then it seems like when it comes forward to approval, all of those are skimmed to bare bones, and it's like, how can we make the maximum amount of money and impact everyone else around it. And that's what I think we're trying to move away from. We understand that something is going to go in there, but we would like it to be nice. We would like it to not affect our children's bus schedules coming in and out, our children walking up and down the sidewalks because of constrained parking, making it harder to see around corners. I think that those are valid concerns, whether they're going to fall on the legal side of it or not. I think the gentleman before had spoke on that, but I think that's the biggest concerns for everybody, is just making it something that's worth having back there instead of just, let's throw it together and make the maximum amount of money we can on this development. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got this guy. It's okay? Okay. Thank you.
I'll go last.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, my name is Andre Hertak. My address is 11675 West Vinsanto Drive, Nampa. A couple concerns regarding the build is no idea what the development's going to look like. We have bird's eye view. We don't have street view. Earlier it got brought up it was going to be 2-story, but I'm assuming there's a garage underneath, so it's going to be 3-story building. No, 2-story?
Mayor, I would suggest we ask the applicant that.
So we'll have the applicant answer that. Bonnie, when you come forward, she'll confirm that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, just trying to vote on something we don't know what's going to look like seems kind of ludicrous. Another concern is for the builder and the city. What do you guys plan on doing with the congestion with the roads? Do you have a plan? Relieving some of the traffic? I mean, are you constantly building, but you're not doing anything about the traffic? So it just seems we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you so
Mayor.
much. Yes.
I didn't catch your last name. I'm sorry.
Hertak.
Andre. Do you live in the Copper Basin side, or do you live in the Carriage Hill side?
I live in Carriage Hill West.
Okay. Carriage Hill, I know, has their own design review requirements as far as for development of the homes, at least they have in the past. Is that something that's still in play as far as for developments?
I don't know.
It would be above and beyond in this case, but the city of Nampa has design review standards, and that's what we talked about earlier, 3 material types, articulation as far as offsets and everything is meant to be a part of the review process by the Design Review Commission, not at a staff level, but at the commission level. So there is that assurance that there will be some standards that they'll have to follow. They can't just be plain Jane like what's shown in the packet.
Correct, but I don't want to vote on something and prove it, and then when really it doesn't meet or it doesn't look good with the rest of the neighborhood.
Yeah. I just know with Carriage Hill, I'm sorry, Mayor, they ensure that there's standards as far as color, material types on roof, and all that type of stuff is meant to be a part of the process. Whether it will be in this case is what we need to act on.
I'm not concerned about the materials as much as how it's going to impact the neighborhood, and you're driving by and all you're seeing is single-family homes, and then you're going to see 3-story apartment or duplex and triplex. It's not going to go with the rest of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay. It's your turn.
My turn.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Allison. Live at 11168 West Moreau River Street in Nampa. And I concur with everything my neighbors have said. There's a few things that I am going to touch on that they haven't, is the parking in the hammerheads. When all the guest parking is in the hammerheads, it's going to be a problem when there's any type of inclement weather for those residents that live in the middle to park there, their company to park there and travel to those condos. And so consequently, they will park in the Copper River Basin. There's a couple other items here, and you can look at this off of Zillow, Realtor.com, whatever. And of course, as was touched on, the plat is The plat plans are there because the property is for sale, and it was continued as of today for 1.1 mil. And on numerous sheets of the plat, it absolutely states Falcon Apartments is what it says. And then on the property description, I'll save you the grief of some of this, and I'll just read the short version. You get the land and the approved development agreement and all the design files and engineering done to the date, including the site plan, elevations, card files, landscape plans, geological report, survey. Bring your final plat to the general conformance to be approved to the approved concept site plan to P&Z for the final approval. No city council required. You then have to build out the project, see the approved concept plans, etc. So we have, myself, I have a lot of doubt that this is actually going to be singly owned properties. But I would appreciate if you'd look at this and deny this project. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to testify on this public hearing? Yes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Spencer Cooper. I'm at 11651 West Vincento on the Carriage Hill West. As a former firefighter, engineer, operator, these hammerheads, they're not a really great idea. Right now it looks empty, but at 2 in the morning, when everyone's sleeping, all the cars there, you're not gonna be able to turn around an apparatus without getting somebody to back up and do it, and then potentially having people run in the street. As well as, my other concern is not having fences in the backyard, especially with that canal there. I don't know if it's planned to be fenced off or not. But I mean, you're risking people like kids kicking soccer balls in there and trying to go get them. So you got that drowning aspect, which puts call loads on the Nampa Fire Department. And my other concern is, again, I used to live in a duplex in Kansas, and same thing. The duplex sits in the middle as single, in between single family residents, and again, I can assure you that we use the sidewalks and we go around everybody's neighborhood taking a walk because we're isolated. So that's exactly what's going to happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here this evening that would like to testify? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for I think our applicant gets to respond first. Bonnie, and thank you for answering the questions.
Mayor.
And the appellant, it's the appellant first?
Appellant first.
I'm sorry, keep me in line. These are challenging, so is it Zebediah?
Okay. I'm getting confused now too, so.
I know, thank you. So you get to speak first.
Thank you. So again, Zebediah Haynes, 1114 for West Monroe River Street, Nampa, Idaho. As we've discussed, the community concerns have come before you. That is not really what this is all about in this circumstance. We are here to discuss the 2006 DA inconsistencies and hopefully being able to find a resolution for this. Unfortunately, moving forward with this would go against the policies as stated by some of the other people that have spoken before me in regards to zoning code 10-2, TAC 3, TAC A, and B. For these types of changes, an amendment needs to be made. Therefore, as stated by the city staff, the landowner, pretty much I think everybody that said anything about this has said, you can't build what was originally written in that 2006 development agreement. Not in that way, not in that imagery. That would mean an amendment is required by law to do so because you can't use it. The buildings are being moved, plain and simple. That's a reason to move it. This should not have been approved in such a case, and so we believe that that was overlooked. So that way it could be moved forward on. I believe this should be moved forward on, but not going against laws and policies. The laws and policies are there so we can all work together to be able to better the community in an efficient and effective manner. Not for money, not for power, for the better of the whole community. That's why I'm sure all of you are here, is because you're here to better our community and to help us and give us the opportunity to come to you to help better our community. That's why I appealed this, because I don't believe we were given that opportunity. These new schematics that have been brought, I think, are a wonderful step in the right direction, but they should have been brought to begin with an amendment. Bringing them in now is bypassing policy and bypassing guidance that we are supposed to follow. I don't get to decide it's a 65 because, mile per hour zone because I think I should get to go 65 miles per hour. The policies are there, the laws are there, so they help to keep us safe, help to keep the community building well together. Substantial conformity to the 2006 DA, that's the requirement. Does it? I don't believe it does. I still don't. I don't think it's possible. Request an amendment to the 2006 DA per zoning code 10, TAC 2, TAC 3, TAC 3.A to bring conformity to the plat DA and current Napa codes of ordinances. That's the best option that our landowner can do. But that requires it to go back to that point. It can't move forward here to get there, because going forward here doesn't require that, not to my knowledge. You can terminate the existing 2006 DA, but in the last appeal hearing I had with the Madam Mayor made the point, you don't want to do that because you never know what you're going to wind up with. I was listening. So that's fine. So let's go with what we know and let's fix it. Let's make it work. If it's broken, fix it. You can't fix it if you don't know it's broken. If you say, it's close enough, that doesn't fix anything. So we do have our concerns, as have been mentioned, the drainage, documentation inconsistencies, privacy, traffic and parking. These are all valid points that we have as concerns of the community surrounding the area. Absolutely, they are completely valid. But the reality is that's not what this discussion is for, as was pointed out by Rodney. So make sure that we remember, what are we here for? We're here to establish that the 2006 DA is not being consistently followed with the options. So I have a closing statement, so I'll stop rambling. Council members, Madam Mayor, this is the opportunity for all of us to work together to provide more positive growth in our community for everyone. We ask that you maintain the appeal and deny the subdivision plats as it does not substantially conform to the 2006 DA. And I thank you all for your time today, previously, and all that you do. That's it for me.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Yes, Mayor?
Yes, thank you.
So if the original design was put in play, subject to the ditch, and that some of the buildings wouldn't be built, so 10, 20 feet off of the back fence with the density other than what couldn't be built on the canal, shown similar duplex real estate, that would conform. That would meet the neighborhood's requests.
I believe it would be very close. I will not speak on behalf since, well, this is the first we've seen of...
You're the appellant.
I am the appellant, but I also don't...
They're not all the appellant. You are the appellant.
That is true. I would say that this is definitely a step in the right direction. I believe that given the opportunity to have another public hearing for the entire community to be able to review these steps is what would be needed for this. And that is part of the amendment process.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is I'm hearing you say it doesn't conform to the 2006 DA. You appealed because it doesn't conform to the 2006 DA.
This one does not still, no, sir.
I understand there's been modifications to get there. If it came back and took the letter of the generalized agreement in 2006, because there's no specific agreement in 2006, it's a generalized development agreement with the idea it was going to come back and get reviewed. That was the era. That's what went on during that era on planning, zoning, and city council. So there wasn't hard and fast. It was bring it back, we'll work out the details. That was the general thinking in that day. So we're trying to apply today's standards to 20 years ago. So what I'm trying to ask you is if came back and followed the 2006, subject to couldn't physically build on the canal, there really wouldn't be any reason to appeal. potentially, right?
Oh, if they actually built the 2006, if it was possible.
Yeah, subject to what they couldn't build on the canal.
Yes, in theory, if you were to lose, I would assume about half, it looks like about a third to half of the locations. That would actually be more substantially consistent with this than it is in the format that they're providing.
Right, so 5-foot setback of landscaping and asphalt parking, and no worry about the parking behind against the neighborhood. No connectivity to the neighborhood. That would be compliant, is
conforming.
that right?
Yeah, that would be substantially conforming. Absolutely. Substantial conformant, I guess my best example would be if I'm told to stay within this budget and I go over, I'm wrong. I didn't substantially conform to my budget. I'm a budget analyst, so that's kind of where my mind goes. But if I come in under that, then I'm okay. But what happens with most government agencies when you come in under? You lose the money. They don't want to give it to you anymore. So, okay, you want to stay right at that line. You make sure that everything is in the appropriate category. So if it had more consistencies than inconsistencies, if the only inconsistency was less buildings, which technically would be a change, absolutely, but the roads were the same, the access points were the same, the parking was the same. We're talking about many differences, not just the one, not just the location of the buildings. They changed quite a bit. As brought up by Councilman Haverfield before, the rear loading compared to the front loading, having the alleyway. They specified that the houses should be most, I guess, best to look at from the main street on Lake Lowell. Well, what they're providing now actually is going to be either the backs of their houses or the sides of their houses. When before it was the front of the houses, which by most standards, the front of the house is usually the best looking part of the house. At least that's been my experience. So I can't say that, if you were to remove those, then yes, I would say that would more substantially conform. Do I believe that it is in Mr. Attal's desire to do so and cut his numbers back so far? No, I don't believe so. Which is why I believe that the agreement, going back and modifying the agreement to work with the current codes, to work with the knowledge now known over 2006, of not being able to build over the canals, not having to abide by the 40 feet on either side from the center. Those points are known more now, obviously, and shown more now than they were then. They're become a specific conversation point rather than a theory. So it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be handled, which can be done through an amendment. It could be done through an amendment, not through moving forward with the new quote-unquote plats, because the new plat hasn't been seen by the public. It hasn't gone through the standard review. This new version of it has not gone through any of the standard requirements because it's a modification of his original plat. It hasn't gone to public review. It hasn't even been seen by P&Z. But yet now it's supposed to be, oh, here, try this instead. But it still has the same issues. It still doesn't follow the development agreement. Therefore, in my opinion, it still does not substantially conform to the development agreement and should be
Okay,
done.
thank
Please.
you. Okay. Council, do we have any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Thank you. Bonnie, it's your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council again for your time this evening and for staff's time. And as I've said before, I do appreciate the neighbors being involved. I think it's an important part of the process. And I do want to say that Rodney kind of hit it spot on when he said this is kind of complex. And I'm jumping in a little bit later in the process than normal for projects that I represent. But I will say that what we did try to provide, and it was a further execution of something that Mr. Krim was willing to work with and respond to the comments from the last hearing to say, let's increase that buffer zone to 50 feet, really bring that back. I think if you were to compare the hard surfaces of the 2006 development plan to what we are proposing today, there is a lot more green space, a lot more vegetation that is brought to the site. The frontage improvements, and I can have Rodney switch to what that would look like along Lake Lowell. Of course, we have to do those frontage improvements, which will also have vegetation. So given the distance, once we have that, further to the east even, you've got backyards that, you've got Lake Lowell, you've got landscaping, then you've got backyards right there. We've got Lake Lowell with landscaping, then we've got the 80-foot easement, and then we'll have the backs of our units. So it's quite removed from Lake Lowell. And yet we have plenty of room to put some trees in there and still soften things up. It is tough trying to work with a different development agreement, but really trying to respond, and I'll let your staff and your city attorney speak to the order and the process. I have my opinions that this is an opportunity for us to propose these things, and I wanted to make sure that when we brought this forward, per what his appeal letter had said about let's shrink this, we wanted to really show you that it could work, that we could execute it. Each unit is a two-car garage, two-car garage for each unit, plus then there's 2 parking spaces out in the driveway. And then we have 24 guest spaces. The code requires 22. It's 0.5 spaces per unit. There is the question about the one triplex that has a shortened driveway. You are correct. That we would actually, if you look at projects that are alley loaded or that have private drives around the valley, often what we do, instead of, right now it's showing a 10-foot depth, it's too tempting to park in there. We would probably actually pull the building closer to the drive aisle to make it a 2-foot apron, so that they would not have garage parking, but they do have 2 spaces, or they wouldn't have driveway parking, pardon me, but they would have 2 spaces for their, in their garage. And then there are, quite a few additional parking spaces for guests right adjacent to that unit. So that would be one modification that we would make just to discourage people. I work on projects like this all over the valley, and that's what they do. They make a shorter apron if you don't have that full width to give. So I did want to clarify that. Let's see. The other comments about drainage, obviously the city staff requires that we handle drainage on site. I think we've got, I believe the site kind of slopes to the northeast. We've got plenty of opportunity for retention ponds in our landscape plan to handle on-site drainage. Of course, we are mandated to keep that all on site. Let's see. Congestion and traffic, we get that all the time, of course. We work with the city staff, and our frontage improvements will help with that. Fencing, there will be fencing along the canal side in compliance with the irrigation standards. I think that's an important thing to bring up. And then in terms of the access to the north, I mean, that's really for you to decide. I think we are fine with whatever condition that would be. So I hope I've covered everything. If there's any additional questions, these are for sale. I know that some of the material has apartments on it. That's incorrect. The plat will have individual lots. They will be for sale.
Bonnie, thank you. Council, do you have questions for Bonnie?
Mayor, just one.
Okay, so we have one here, and then here. Okay, so Councilman Haverfield, Jangula, Bills, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bonnie, this indicates 7.8 acres. Is that the new concept area? Do you know what the original area was that was developed as far as in the development agreement presentation site plan in 2006?
Councilman Haverfield, I believe it was over 9. Rodney mentioned that earlier. I would have to
I
look
didn't
through my
catch that.
notes. So there was a couple acres that were dedicated for the Lake Lowell right-of-way.
9.8?
Yeah, it was something, I can take a look here. I don't have that off the top of my head.
So if it was 9.8 and this presentation was with 7.8 approximately acres, there's 2 acres that are not accounted for other than, you can't plan on tiling the ditch, basically.
Correct.
So there were 44 units proposed. Your development still has 44 units proposed, even though there's 2 acres less property. So that's just something for us to consider as well when we look at apples to apples versus now something that's altogether different. So
That's a fair point, Councilman Haverfield. This project was contemplated that 2 acres would go away. As part of the approval, they looked at the gross density. They approved the 44 units. And then now that 2 acres-ish went to the right-of-way, but that would have been all part of the consideration. So the gross density originally was the number, and then they took that land away. So,
but to the appellant's point, the graphic illustration is quite a bit different than what was originally conceived as far as in this type of a cluster development. So that's what we need to weigh as well. So, thank you.
That is correct.
Rodney?
Mayor, just quickly, 9.38, I believe, was the original one, and this one's at 7.77 or 7.8. So not the full 2 acres, but that was dedicated as part of the annexation and at time of the development agreement. That right-of-way was dedicated as part of Lake Lowell. So just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Jangula.
Mayor, thank you. Bonnie, just for full transparency on the question, I know you just explained parking, but there will be no 3-story, correct? It will be 2-story at height.
That is
maximum.
correct, Councilman Jangula.
I just want to make sure that was transparent. Thank you.
Councilman Bills.
So Bonnie, on the east side, the T-head, looking at the layout, if an agreement was forged with Nampa Meridian off that T-head, that T-head could connect to Lake Lowell, provide a second access and do away with the access tie-in to the neighborhood to the north? Is that, in your planning experience, would that be conceptually possible or totally out of bounds?
Councilman Bills, I think probably a better solution for that would be to have a cross-access to the adjacent parcel potentially, instead.
To the commercial.
Yeah, to the commercial. I mean, I don't want to speak off the cuff for my client, but I could see that as a planning for a secondary. Go ahead.
So, Mayor, Councilman Bills, so the distance between the entrance that they are proposing that lines up with Carriage Hills over to that property line is only about 375 feet. From a access standpoint, from there, we would go from there to the intersection. And if we were to place another approach right there at that location, that would hinder the ability for access to the adjacent parcel. A cross-access that would then come to another approach for the commercial would be much more palatable from an access management standpoint and likely then be compliant with our access management policy rather than allowing another full access at that point.
But that would be a doable option then, not connect to Copper River.
So from a, sorry, as Rodney stated, connectivity is a benefit to the transportation network. It allows for cross-access and getting where you need to go much more smoothly and with less impact to the outer roadway networks.
But the 2006 agreement and concept didn't worry about
That's
connectivity.
because it came in and was, I don't remember exactly, but I believe it came in either right near the same time or right around the Copper River. Had they come in and developed at that time, we would have required that connection to go in because of the approval of the Copper River subdivision. Had they have come in and developed in '06 and the preliminary plat had been in there for Copper River, we would have required that connection to go in because of that subsequent approval.
Thank you.
Daniel, if I can just, so just to be clear, there would be an access into, and Rodney, maybe you can flip to like a vicinity map that shows that parcel that's on the corner, just so people can, there we go. So what you're saying, if you can walk through that again.
So from an access management standpoint, we would love to see cross-access between this development and the commercial development there to the east of it. And then there would be an additional approach through that commercial development out to Lake Lowell at an appropriate point between the existing entrance to Carriage Hill and the entrance to the development and Middleton Road.
Okay, yes, Sebastian.
Mayor,
Councilman
Bonnie,
Griffin.
and actually it's going over to you, Daniel. Would we have to get the approval of the commercial property before we tried to create that connection or put this a part of the development agreement right now and get the property owner or the commercial parcel's approval?
Obviously, any cross-access has to be approved by the adjacent parcel that has, control of that land. Depending on what goes in there, it's zone BC, if I'm remembering correctly, yes. So if they come in with something that does not require any planning action or that, we will certainly request and work with them to achieve that cross-access, but I don't necessarily have a mechanism to require it unless there's some type of planning entitlement that is necessary.
So follow up, Mayor, to that, would it then become an issue if we made that part of our development agreement at this point and saying you have to have that cross-access, or would we say this is the expectation in our development agreement, but if it doesn't, we revert back to the original? Or
So how we've handled that in the past where we have, there is a viable option to proceed today, and maybe a more palatable option out there. What we've done in the past is conditioned, if you're so inclined to approve it, approve the development with the condition that they work with the adjacent property owner to try and get that cross-access. And with the understanding that if they are unsuccessful at achieving that with that they proceed with the existing proposal that's been brought forward.
So my question, Mayor, is logistically, how do we confirm that? Would our city staff be reaching out to the commercial property owner to ensure that that due diligence is actually happening and confirming, yes, we can, yes, we cannot, and then letting the applicant know, or is it the applicant's job?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, that would be the applicant's job. We typically, where we're having those kind of discussions, we typically are in the room with that discussion, and so we know how it's going, or they provide us documentation from that adjacent property owner of, no, I won't work with you, or yes, we can make this work.
Thank you.
Ultimately, if I can just respond to that as well, if I may. So what I heard Daniel say is, given the capacity of Lake Lowell and the entrance that we have, if we were to do another one, as Councilman Bills had suggested, at our eastern boundary, those entrances are probably too close together and would be conflicting with what is going on there. So it's not really a viable option. There will be another entrance, so we could do potentially a cross-access, but ultimately, as the site exists today, we do have the two access points that we need based on the number of units. Anything over 30 dwelling units requires a second access point. Whether you want to have that, so we comply that way, and that's what Daniel was just saying. Ultimately, the question could become, do you want to require that we gate that so that it's got a Knox box and it's just for emergency vehicle access? So essentially, that stub street that Copper River was required to build when they platted, if that's going to continue as just a stub that's only temporary access, or just let it go through and open all the time.
Daniel.
So obviously from a staff perspective, sorry, Mayor, from a staff perspective, obviously our preference would be for a full and open public street connection there, like it was planned for when Copper River that plat was done. That was what was envisioned at that time. If that's not the will of the council, a gate and Knox box and that is not the preferred method of an emergency access that the fire department likes. They prefer bollards. They have a specific bollard that they like, and if that were the case, that would be their preference of method to control that cross or emergency access.
But we would still be in compliance with the access that we have to do.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, follow
So-
up to that really quick.
Is it for Daniel or for our
Daniel,
applicant?
on that specifically, so we heard a couple of people refer to that and said that it was promised that that would be gated originally, or Rodney, is that, I just want clarity on that, what the original promise was.
Okay, so Mayor and Councilwoman Jangula, so the approval from Planning and Zoning Commission was based on it being this bollard-controlled emergency access only to the north. And so that's what they're referring to when they're saying promised. It was approved, and then it was overturned by the city council and just denied outright. So because this is a de novo hearing, you can decide one way or another.
Thank you for that.
Okay, are there other questions for Bonnie? Okay, sounds like we're good. Bonnie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Well, actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you a
Okay.
question because I was going to ask Rodney, when, at least you're still standing here while I'm asking the question, with these shortened driveways, typically it's the 2 cars in the garage, 2 on the driveway, and then we have the .5. But how many units do you have the shortened driveway on?
We, Madam Mayor, we have 3 units that have the shortened driveway on right now.
Okay, so the shortened driveway does not have room in those 3, it's just those 3. So those 3 units do not have their extra 2 parking spaces. So it's the 2 plus the .5, correct? Is that what, are you still meeting? You say that you do because we require 22 and you've got 24. That takes into consideration that you don't have the same parking available for those 3 units.
That is correct, Madam Mayor. So what we have is every unit requires to have 2 parking spaces. One of them has to be covered. On all of the units except for this building in the southwest corner, we have, for all the other units, they have 2 in the garage, 2 in the driveway. These guys each have 2 in the garage. We do have additional guest parking spaces as well. So we meet the parking standard. If we were 1-car garages, we wouldn't be meeting the standard for this building, but we're 2-car garages, so we meet the standard for that, and then we're over on the guest parking.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for answering that. Okay. Any other questions from anyone? Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. My next question is, does someone have questions for Rodney?
Mayor.
I think we have Councilwoman Jangula. Councilman Bills, do you have? And then you do. Okay, so thank you. Jangula, I think, is first.
That's
and-
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Rodney, it was also brought up a couple times about a proper procedure. Can you speak to that just for some clarity for us?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Christy to put the code up on the screen. So it comes down to the question of, is it substantially compliant again, right? So it's an interpretation that I have to make. So you can see here, the last sentence in that 10.25D says, modification and to existing executed agreement shall be required by the planning director or his or her designee under the following circumstances. And then it lists a bunch of those circumstances. The difficult part for me is that there's not a clear concept plan in the 2006 development agreement. So it's hard for me to say, well, there's this number this setback away from the roadway. Yeah, the site plan is different, but is it substantially different? And as was stated by Councilman Bills, at this time of the city, the city was approving these development agreements knowing that there was going to be changes, and we have done that for years. For years since then, we have continued to see these development agreements and then have plats approved that are different than the development agreements because we knew that at that time, a lot had to be figured out still. So it was kind of this idea, because the development agreement didn't have any specifics in it, and because the development agreement had language that said, reduce the amount of parking near Lake Lowell, reduce the access points, those kinds of things, those conditions listed in the development agreement. I have to weigh the conditions listed with the concept or site plan that doesn't have a lot of detail, and frankly, it's a judgment call for me, and I have to decide. So to say that we didn't follow the process, it's probably not accurate to say that maybe I made a mistake and not, my judgment call wasn't the right one. Well, that's up to you to decide. But I wouldn't say that we have not followed our process.
Thanks, Rodney. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a couple questions. They can be yes or no. It doesn't have to be great elaboration. Drainage requirements or code, which section is that within our city code? And is there any requirements for this property for drainage issues? I heard somebody mention it, so I just wanted the reference.
Councilman Griffin, that is handled in section 106 of the engineering development and process manual. It's not a city code, it's a policy manual, and that is reviewed at the time the final design is completed with the construction drawings, and we look at and verify that they are in compliance with code at that time.
Thank you. And Daniel, this one's going to you again. If we were to leave this open and connectivity into Copper River, could we have part of the development agreement the installment of a speed bump to stop the fast drivers and the Christmas mini bikers from flying down the road?
Yes, you absolutely could. We would need to work with the residents along there to locate placement and that. But certainly, the roadway to the north is kind of a loop road. So if you were to do that, I would likely recommend that you require one on both of those north-south roads. Because if you don't, you'll just push everybody one way rather than slowing them both down.
Okay, thank you. Will they have an independent HOA, or will they be a part of Copper River's HOA? Or will they have an HOA?
They have common area, so they would have an HOA, and it would not be part of Copper Rivers unless the developer got with them and there was a desire to combine them, though I don't see that that would likely be of value.
Thank you. And very last thing, for the motion maker, I would really encourage back fencing along that canal. I did hear that comment brought up. I don't know I haven't seen the site. I don't know what the slope is. Thank you. Thanks, Bonnie.
Sorry, we have not closed public hearing. Thank you so much for telling me that. Preston, do you have a comment?
Excuse me. Yes, Mayor, just to clarify a comment, there was a suggestion maybe to have speed bumps in Copper River Basin. Could you just clarify if that was for the subdivision, not before the council tonight?
So as a condition of approval of this development, the council could require that the developer of this development install speed bumps at locations in Copper River to address concerns of speeding
I would,
in the public right-of-way.
yeah,
The-
That,
we're not in it.
just upon hearing that, Mayor, we were running up to a territory of requiring something at an off-site area.
I think we're all shaking our heads saying, no, we wouldn't do that.
Okay,
So I think we're good with that, and so we're not quite into our council discussion timeframe. If we have no further questions for the applicant, then I would stand for a motion to close public hearing. Do we have none?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, now is the time for council to have a discussion. And I would like to say something real quickly on the speed bumps and for the adjoining. We have worked with this subdivision quite a bit with the city, and there have been a lot of complaints about traffic on that other, Tallapalooza, is that the name of that road? So there have been a lot of complaints and some real problems with speeding on that road. It is already a problem. Candidly, I would like to see a barrier, because I think there's going to be, actually, the danger is as much for this, if we approve this, the project on Lake Lowell, as much for their safety. Because you'll have more people coming through here, through that, which will be a public safety issue, I think, for the people in that subdivision. So just a comment that I would like to see it not go through. As much as we would like to see it go through, I know, Daniel, I'm sorry. It's very concerning to me to see it go through. So, council, what are your thoughts as we move forward?
Mayor?
Mayor Kling.
Okay, so I think I heard Reynolds first and then Rodriguez. So,
My first question, I have two or three here, is for Ron. Would you mind speaking to the Hammerhead turnaround situation, if it's adequate, do you feel like?
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilman Reynolds. So it's hard to say for sure on the green drawing where it's just showing it, but it absolutely can be within code. They just have to allow for that parking in the end. And actually, I like that design when they actually allow for parking in the end and room for turnaround, because if they don't allow for parking in the end, people park there anyways, and then we can't use it at all. So with the appropriate dimensions, it can be a totally compliant turnaround.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
And I have, let's see, I think this comment. I agree with what you said, Mayor, about the access for the coming out of Copper River Basin, or the connectivity. I think it's more of a hazard for the residents would be for the new development than Copper River Basin. I feel like the residents of that subdivision would probably use that exit as a fast way to get down to the new pizza place, the yogurt place. Their pizza's really good, so you got to hurry and get there. But I like the connectivity like Daniel does. I don't know if we could do a speed calming device in that T intersection there or not. But anyway, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. There's been a lot of questions, a lot of discussion, a lot of wanting to modify because we don't have the answers to. It's kind of a twofold situation here, because the developer didn't know what this council would want of them. At the same time, neither does the residents. So throwing up a bunch of nickel and dimes, hopefully they come down as a quarter, doesn't work. And that's what we're doing here now, is even though we do have the ability to modify. And I think the agreements and direction are in good faith. I do believe that. But I have to announce and have to mention that of what the issues at hand for me are, is density, is land use, is it conform to the area neighbors? Does it conform to the land uses surrounding that? The compatibility for apartment complexes, which now happens to be whatever you call it now, doesn't really conform to the neighbors. Unfortunately, that's the way it was in 2006. Guess what? There wasn't any neighbors in 2006 out there. And so the residential versus the complex as we have it now was not something that we, this council, had anything to do with, because none of us were council back then. The thing I worry about the most is who came first. The residences came first. You build your homes, you bought your home, and now you're up against the development that you may not agree with. And that decision was made a long time before you even bought that home. But now that we have to assume responsibility that we are going to help you with your neighbors, with your property. And the issues is the traffic, the entrance, the exit is an issue with me, of course. Because if you have been on Middleton Road between 5 in the morning and 8 o'clock a.m. and later in the afternoon, you know what we're talking about. I think the public streets versus private street without an agreement of liability, without an agreement of who's going to do what, is a real concern of mine. I think the modification of the cross of their property is an issue with me. I don't see that a 7.8 acres was originally 9.38 acres, and now it's more complex apartments, or whatever you want to call it, reduced lots, reduced area of by an acre and a half. So I don't believe this is in the right direction, folks. And I think we've done our best to do what we can for you, but in my opinion, council, it's just that this is not going to work for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
Mayor?
Yes.
Infill can be really tricky, and as Rodney stated, this is a very complicated one, and it's been going on for a very long time. I can appreciate the 50-foot setback to the rear. I think that that's a really good improvement there, especially with the fencing. I think that that's going to create a lot of good synergy there between the two developments. The only thing, I'm fine with the hammerheads after hearing what Fire Marshal Johnson had to say. My only thoughts are maybe it would be worth good putting no parking signs down at the end of that, just so that there doesn't become overflow parking there in case there were an emergency, there's not cars there. Just a thought and a recommendation, that's it.
Rodney, I'd like to ask you a quick question. Councilman Rodriguez mentioned that with the change from the 7.8, the 9.38 to 7.8 acres, mentioned the density in this area. I have two questions for you. Does this conform, and when it went in 2006, did it conform with our comp plan? Does it conform with our comp plan today? So is it, well, actually, does it conform with our density requirements for this area, the land use, everything that it needs to? And then if you could speak to the public street versus private street that Councilman Rodriguez just mentioned, requirements with the city and maintenance, that sort of thing.
Yes. So the first question was about conformance to the comprehensive plan. At the time of the development, I didn't look back on the comprehensive plan, but all I can say is at annexation, you have to be in conformance with the comprehensive plan. So at that time, the city council determined that it was in conformance with the comprehensive plan. The current proposal is about 6 dwelling units per acre. And so it complies with the comprehensive plan because the comprehensive plan is medium-density residential, which allows you to go up to 8.5 dwelling units per acre. So it's within that range. They could comply still and add additional units, but they've proposed to do the same number of units that was originally approved. The comment about the private road versus the public road, I guess I can speak to briefly. Really, Daniel's probably better able to answer some of that, but a private road, because it's a private road, the setbacks aren't the same as a public road, so that the requirement for us for a 20-foot setback in front of the building was to ensure that they got that second space for parking, not because the code requires that 20-foot setback from a private drive. Maintenance of that private road is private, so they'll have to come up with a maintenance agreement for the roadway and, a maintenance organization, essentially, and maintain their portion of that roadway. Public is public, and so we are responsible for that. Is there something I missed?
No. The same is true with snow removal.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
The city doesn't go in and do snow removal, so it's part of your HOA plan
that's correct.
to do the snow removal. Daniel?
Mayor, I would note that if the desire is not to have that connect, there's no need for that north-south piece to be a public road. And so that's something to consider as well, that if we are not going to be doing a full connection to that north road, the only benefit to having that as a public road would be at some future time to potentially take the bollards out and open that, or it could remain as a private road, and then the city would not have any of the road maintenance responsibility within the development.
But it would still it would still be a fire access.
Correct.
But it would be a private road. It wouldn't have to be as wide. It wouldn't have to have the sidewalks. They may choose to put it in, but it could give them a little bit more space, or they could choose to do whatever.
Correct.
Okay, and that would be taken care of during the review process.
During the final plat approval and review, yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. Council, do you have any more discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm looking at Rodney just for a nod. In the landscape plan, it mentions wrought iron fence rather than vinyl. It will be wrought iron. I don't have to state that in the development agreement, or could it also swap and become vinyl fencing?
Did you say it was on the development agreement?
It's a part of the landscape plan that's in the packet. It mentions having wrought iron fence along that portion. If it's a part of the landscape plan, is it defaulted that's what they're putting in? Or will they be able to get approved and then put in vinyl fencing? I know it's so tedious to discuss this, but I think with the idea of this being open, green space, lots of landscaping, vinyl would kill that, wrought iron would help that.
I would say that, Mayor and Council, I would say that our landscape plan, if it's listed as wrought iron, we have inspectors in our team who go out and look at that specifically. So yes, they will have to follow that. If there's any concern and you want to approve it, just put it on as a condition.
Okay.
To the motion maker, I would like that to be a part of it.
Okay. So what is the will of the council? I think we're ready for a motion.
Madam Mayor, for a motion, I move to deny the appeal and approve the subdivision preliminary plat for Falcon Townhome subdivision in an RD zoning district, parcel numbers R320450000, R32045012000, and R32045013000 at 0 Lake Lowell Avenue for Delta LLC, representing Atul Karim, and to adopt the proposed findings and conditions, including condition number 12, to state that applicant shall provide a revised preliminary plat for planning staff to confirm conformance to city standards. The revised preliminary plat shall, and I'm going with C.
Or on the screen, it says 3.
Okay, 3. It's C in my packet here. So provide a 50-foot setback from the northern property line by reducing the drive width and modifying the building's depth. Swap 2-unit townhouse units on the south with the 3-unit townhouse units on the north, and provide perpendicular required guest parking stalls interspersed throughout the development and on the back of the Hammerhead turnaround, all as shown on the alternative 3 site plan.
Just a quick clarification, on my statement that I said condition number 12, you should say condition number 13.
I'll revise that to say condition number 13.
And Mayor, I would ask for clarification from Councilman Reynolds on the disposition of the connection with Copper River.
The bollards with the road connecting up to Copper River.
So for the street?
Yes, whether it's to remain public and open, or if you are.
So yeah, I would want to have that with bollards as per required and not have it a thoroughfare. Add that to my motion.
Anything on fencing?
And fencing is in the DA as discussed.
Is there a second, or is it stopping right there?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Question.
Yes?
Again, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how this has been put together, because what's in the packet as an action item is a reconsideration of a city council approval of the appeal of the planning and zoning's approval. I mean, you just start playing with this in your mind, and it gets pretty complicated.
That's why it's right here.
That's fine that it's right there. So it results in denying the preliminary plat. So is this an approval of the preliminary plat that's presented? Is that the motion? Or is the motion?
The motion before you, excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Mayor, the motion before you on the screen is to approve the preliminary plat and deny the appeal. So your support, the approval is for the plat.
The plat that's been modified and presented to us tonight.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I won't be supporting the motion.
You won't be?
No, I won't. I don't think that they've risen to the level of meeting the intent of the original development agreement concept, but that's just a personal opinion based upon the architectural style that I'm seeing in the original presentation format. They've listened as far as to create the separation off the north boundary line, which is what we asked for. The garages in the original concept were internal, rear-loaded. So all you're seeing when you look down the street are front doors, which is a much more pleasing environment, I think, to live in. I've worked on developments similar to this in Boise and elsewhere. I know how nice it can be. What's being presented to us tonight is a stripped-down version with front-loaded garages down a main street. And in the internal development, it's not at all rising to the level of what I would have hoped to have it come back to be as far as in concept. So
Okay, so one of the things that so we're not seeing garages from Lake Lowell.
not from Lake Lowell, but again, when you drive into the development, the original concept was you were driving around the perimeter looking at front doors. You weren't looking at garage doors because all of the garages were an internal off of an alleyway between the units. A concept very similar to a cluster type design that Shalomar's been designed to. It's always been appreciated as a nice cluster home development. This is now just 44 units stacked in like boxes. And again, I just don't think that rises to the level of the appellant's position, stating that this doesn't meet that criteria. I'd rather them come back with something that's more along the original lines of how it could be developed, but it might not be that they can't do it without eliminating 3 or 4 units, or 3 or 4 home clusters.
But to do that, and I'm sorry, because
that's fine.
In case I need to vote, I'm asking a question. The original development, how many feet was that off of that back line?
So if you look at the north property line, and with my math and looking at it with a two-way drive lane, parking that's 9 feet wide, a landscape strip that's along the northern boundary, if that's 10 feet, so that's about to the front of those units, it's about 55 feet minimum off the property line.
So it's not too dissimilar to where we are today?
No, it's not. So
Okay.
what they're proposing is 50 feet off the property line to the buildings themselves, which is fine as far as a setback. But again, from my opinion, architecturally, the original concept was something altogether different than what's being presented in a graphic form of what these buildings will look like, with the front load garages versus a rear load, which is what was originally proposed. Again, that's just personal opinion, and I'm allowed to voice that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, question for the motion maker. Was there any decision on whether they are expected to reach out with the commercial property owner and have that access connection? Do you want that or do you not want that?
No, it's too much of an unknown. We can't make decisions for that property owner, so.
I understand, and the reason I bring it up is because Daniel had mentioned we can require it as a go and ask and see a part of the development, and if they cannot, then it just reverts back to the original motion. For me, I feel that it would be good to have that in there with the unknowns. If it doesn't move forward, then we're where we're at right now, but it doesn't hurt to have the ask.
Mhm. Would you be willing to add that?
Yeah, I would be willing for him to ask, but not a requirement of approval. But
I'll keep my
they
second.
can certainly ask.
Okay, and Natalie, you seconded that. Okay, is there any further discussion?
Comment, Mayor?
Yes.
I appreciate Councilman Halverfield's comments and concerns. I think under the circumstances, if it had been built in 2006 and a development to the north would have taken into account asphalt parking lot lighting already existing, my guess is any development to the north would have been deeper lots, would have been a different configuration. Under the circumstances we're in, I think putting landscaping between the buildings and the development to the north would be much more harmonious with landscaping to landscaping, rear buildings to rear buildings, than pushing the original concept forward. My experience has been that asphalt, and especially wet asphalt during rain, the transmission of sound and the bounce off of buildings is much more accentuated than it is off of trees and landscaping. And so I can appreciate staying with the original concept from the standpoint of design. Unfortunately, having the development to the north really changes the dynamics for me at this point. And so I think with the 50-foot buffer of landscaping is much more palatable and workable. I want to make sure that we have a plat that works, and I think if the roads are all private rather than a public road going in there, I think would be much better. I think the connectivity to Copper Basin should only be for a fire lane situation and only needed if that emergency access was actually required, not have it as a full width road. So those are my thinking, my thoughts, and it's a difficult situation for you neighbors. It's a concept. Multiple of these were done in that era, 20 years ago. This may seem like this is way out of the ordinary. The out of the ordinary is that it took 20 years to get going. But the concept plans, council and planning and zoning staff, P&Z Commission, encouraged coming in with concept plans, see what can be done, and there's a lot of tweaking at that time. When the market fell out, life changed, and consequently, a lot of projects went dormant for many years, and then they get picked back up. Most have gotten picked up. This one's lingered. The only reason I think this one's lingered is because of the canal. And dealing with Nampa Meridian, they're tough people, but they're tough people because they cherish their assets, not destroying other people's assets. And they want those canals well maintained, and rightly so. We all do as well. And they do a good job in that respect. So, you know, it was a concept plan 20 years ago, and now we're trying to really apply tight the code. And it's difficult. It's difficult for you folks because you bought property, you didn't even know about it. It wasn't disclosed to you because it wasn't required to be disclosed to you. If you did your homework, you would have said, wow, there's a townhome project approved right next door. It's just part of the nature of the transition. So if we're in conformance to approve, I would support the motion. My concern is whether we need to actually table and make sure that we've got the Ts and the Is dotted and the Ts crossed if we've met requirements, because I've heard the appellant, both in original and rebuttal, state that we're still not in compliant with the concept. So from a legal point of view, I appreciate the motion that's on the table, and I can go with it. I'm just concerned for the city at the moment, is if we're better to table it and make sure legal and planning and we have our ducks in a row.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
David, we've been through this many, many times. We voted and held it back and remanded it. It's our duty to say either approve or deny and let the developer take care of that and come back. I think the people need to hear a direction from us and let the developer do what he can do. That's why I do. I'd like to have a vote.
Thank you. I think that I would like to call for the vote. Roll call, please.
Rodriguez?
No.
Bills?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
No.
Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Four in favor, 2 opposed, motion carried.
Thank you. It's been a long evening. Thank you for everyone that was here that testified. I appreciate it. And I think we've got some wins and losses a little bit, but you know what? We take it very seriously. They've really created a good plan out of a challenging situation, and hopefully to the north, you guys are pleased that there is no cross access to the northern subdivisions. So thank you, guys. We are going to take a break because we've been here for about 3.5 hours. So we're going to take a break. I'm sorry for you guys still waiting. Just over a 5-minute break, please. So we're going to start in just about 2 minutes. Thank you guys for waiting. It's a long night. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Somebody's got to sign it. Just make sure you come and do it.
Yeah, you might as well. Yeah, it's a good idea. Okay, we are ready to get started. So we are ready for 8.3 on the agenda. This is an action item. It's a comprehensive plan map amendment from medium-density residential to residential mixed-use land use designation for the entire area that is currently designated as medium-density residential, from Lakeview Park to Indian Creek, and from the alley center line just east of 11th Avenue North to the alley just west of 15th Avenue North, and a zoning map amendment from two-family residential to neighborhood business zoning district, and a potential development agreement for 605 13th Avenue North, 8.32-acre parcel. This is for Randy Haverfield, Architecture Northwest, PA, representing Benito and Angelita Martinez. The original concept is to revise the business neighborhood to construct a 3,272 square foot residential style building and operate a clinic providing counseling services. I do want to say, as we get started this evening, Randy Haverfield, and I'm just going to read what has been given to me. I just want to let the public know that the next application will be presented in part by Council Member Haverfield. Councilor Haverfield is an architect, and one of his clients happens to be bringing a project to the City Council. While having a council member present an application may be rare, Councilor Haverfield is a citizen of Nampa and may engage in his trade and bring applications to the city, provided that he properly recuse himself, which he will tonight. He will not receive any special treatment or deference, and we will consider this application in the regular course as we do all applications. And so as we begin this evening, we do begin with our applicant, Councilmember Haverfield, Randy Haverfield. Excuse me, not council member. He is Randy Haverfield.
Citizen Haverfield.
Citizen Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Randy Haverfield. I reside at 1015 Heartland Drive in Nampa. My business location is 224 16th Avenue South in Nampa. The name of the business is Architecture Northwest. I'm here tonight representing Benito and Angelita Martinez. They want to go ahead and build a project on property that they own in North Nampa. For years, being on the Nampa Development Corporation, it's been our desire to see improvements made in North Nampa. This is one of those opportunities. Do you have my slides that you can? I gave them to him earlier. You can't dock my time for her eating, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and start out. I originally started down this path trying to put together a concept for them that worked in the RD zone. There's several different uses in an RD zone that I thought were close, but upon further discussion with our staff, it was stated that really the best way to approach this is to look at what's being presented to you tonight, which is a comp plan amendment from the medium density residential to I forget what that's termed again, if you can help me with that. That's residential mixed use, and the zoning map amendment from an RD zone to a business neighborhood. So if you look up on the screen, or if you look here, you'll see that the project location is, it fronts 13th Avenue North. It's right next to the Allen Creech basketball courts that are there next to Lakeview Park and the pool that's right there. To the southwest is the Idaho Arts Charter School. To the west, there is commercial uses there, part of that city-owned property, I believe, that is being used for fleet. And then there's a church on the, just directly above this location. So if you could move to the next slide. You'll see that what they hope to build is basically a residential style building. In talking to Angie and getting her to describe to me what they provide, it's developmental services for handicapped individuals. The proximity to Idaho Arts Charter fascinated me because when I designed Snake River Elementary and Greenhurst Elementary schools, we designed it specifically to have classrooms to integrate profoundly handicapped kids into those settings so that they would be benefiting by being around regular students, and then the regular students would be able to be around them as well in the cafeteria settings and otherwise. When I looked at this site in an RD zone, if they had overnight stay, they would be able to qualify in the RD zone. But the fact that they don't have overnight patrons at this location, the best way to approach it is in the manner that we are tonight. So Angie provided for me a statement. She said, "We provide services to individuals with disabilities, a population that is underserved and in need of additional facilities in the community. Also, please keep in mind that these individuals being served don't have families or friends, and an agency like Legacy, which is Legacy Reshab Services they provide, that provides a family-friendly atmosphere that brings a positive impact not only to the individual but to the community and individual that resides therein. Legacy Reshab provides counseling services in the actual patient's homes, not on this site. So when you look at the actual impact, this is a very low-impact site. They have about 8 to 10 cars per day that come in and off of this property, which is employees, maybe a couple of patrons. But if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the site is set up so that the building itself is set back to the back side of the property, leaving a nice area out front for just gathering outside. There is a drive access from 13th into to the alley to the west side there, parking off of the alley for employees, some parking out front for patrons that might come. There's full ADA compliance as far as with the accessibility to this building. There was a building on the site initially. Some of the comments that came about at the planning and zoning level is why was the original building torn down? Well, it was unsafe. It had mold conditions, had faulty foundations. It was not a safe building to try to keep. So it was taken down. The site is basically bare at this point. They will be required to put full frontage improvements along 13th, which is that sidewalk, which will provide connectivity from Idaho Arts Charter to the south all the way across to Lakeview and where the basketball courts are here. So it's a great location. There's a couple of, if you go to the next slide, there's a couple of houses that front on 6th Street North, just to the south of them. Otherwise, it's a budding property that's commercial to the west, the basketball courts to the north, which is like where Lakeview is. To the south is Idaho Arts Charter, and then there's a few more residential homes on 13th on the opposite side. But again, low impact, very little traffic as far as for automobiles. Another statement that I'll be able to say that Angie provided was that she wants to build in North Nampa because she was raised in that side of the neighborhood, and that she wanted to bring beautification to the neighborhood and provide jobs to low-income individuals. Moving this office from North Nampa would be a disservice not only to Nampa, but the low-income individuals who have the opportunity to be employed by this agency. They are currently, their offices are currently in the Hispanic Cultural or Community Center, so this allows them to stay on that side of town, provide services that they've been providing to North Nampa, and it helps us to see more and more of the improvements that can be happening in North Nampa. To be able to provide services, in the past, we've talked about having a food desert on the north side of the tracks. This is, again, I think, a great first step to provide services in that side of town that would be very welcome services. Again, this is a business neighborhood designation that we're hoping to be able to have here. In my discussions with Doug Critchfield, he mentioned that he felt like it needed to keep the single-family uses and densities, but to allow for some smaller scale commercial, which this would be. We are proposing that the entire medium-density residential area be converted to residential mixed use on the comprehensive plan future land use map. This allows the single-family dwelling uses to continue, keep the same density ranges, but allow for some commercial. That creates, instead of trying to create spot zoning, it allows anyone on that side. It doesn't affect anyone else. It basically, that overlay allows them to kind of maybe move down the path, but anything that they would plan on doing on adjacent properties would have to come before this council for approval. So the medical, dental, or clinic-related services are allowed in the business neighborhood. So please ask me some questions so I can stand here a little longer.
I'm ready to make a motion, so there.
Yes, they are licensed by the State Department of Health and Welfare. Okay, there you go.
So as you know, you will get to come back and present at the end. If you missed anything, you can share it and answer any questions that we might have.
Oh, and yes, it was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission as well.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking that.
Thank you. I think, Doug, you are our staff tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, Doug Critchfield, Principal Planner. Mr. Haberfield has done a pretty thorough job on this, so I won't repeat as much as I can here. You'll note here on the site that this area in orange is the medium-density residential area that's being proposed to be changed to residential mixed use, and you'll note the project location on the site as well. And for some reason, I cannot get this to move forward. There we go. So the property as an RD allows for duplexes and single-family residential. The surrounding zoning, it's important to note that on 11th and 16th, there is commercial property on either side of this area in the specific area plan, or excuse me, in the comprehensive plan. There's also a limited multifamily to the southeast. So the city water system is already in place. The character is largely just a residential area. With the school and the church and the other commercial uses in the area, this is a little bit busier area within this specific plan location. And it is right adjacent to Lakeview Park. I have some pictures of the site. This is the old structure that was there on the site before. You can see it next to the basketball courts and the residential structures to the south. This is the old structure from 13th. As Randy mentioned, this is a vacant lot. This is a look through the commercial use on the west side of this parcel, looking into where that residential structure was. This is a view of the site on 13th and 6th Avenue, looking down 13th. And again, you can see it's a residential street. And then this is looking across the street from the site on 13th to the properties to the east of this property. Here's the proposed change in view. The reason that staff is recommending this change is for a couple reasons. 6th Avenue is getting a lot more traffic between 11th and 16th. There is opportunity now for some commercial. It has to be oriented towards the neighborhoods, so as to preserve the neighborhood character of the area. And when we're making changes to the comprehensive plan, we don't want to do just a single lot. We want to do larger areas so that it has context, and hence the, the reason that we're making this suggestion. On the planning side from the current planning, this is the zoning map, and you can see the location that it would be within the RD zoning district. That zoning district will not change as a result of this proposal this evening. We did have some correspondence from the building department, standard correspondence indicating approval. The engineering department required access on 13th Avenue North and frontage improvements, as Mr. Haverfield had mentioned before. In terms, there are two sets of findings for this, one from the comprehensive plan, one finding from state code that indicates that it has to be suitable to the area. We provided those findings in your staff reports, essentially indicating that this, given the architectural character of the building that's being proposed, its location and its adjacency to the park, as well as the area being changed from medium density to residential mixed use, the densities remain the same between the two. We came up with a conclusion for the council that residential mixed use would allow for these uses, and it would allow that specifically for this parcel. In terms of the rezone, there are 5 findings. These are standard rezone findings that we see when we have this type of approval come through. So this does meet the currently adopted comprehensive plan if it were to be changed to residential mixed use and zoned BN. That's the first finding. The second finding, does this have a compatible feeling about it with existing and adjoining property uses? We felt with the changes that Mr. Haverfield had mentioned that it would. The third finding is that would this establish an area zoning that's compatible or immediately adjacent zoning districts? The zoning would be a BN zoning district, again, allowing for only residential focused types of commercial uses, which would be compatible in the area. The fourth, does it create a spot zone? With the changes, it would not. And the fifth, it would be in the interest of the public because the area is changing, it's becoming more dense, it's growing, and it would allow for some commercial opportunities where it's currently not allowed. In terms of the conditions of approval, those have been stated in your staff report. They're fairly standard from the engineering and building departments. And then I have 2 motions. The first motion would be approval of both the comp plan amendment as well as the zoning change. The second would be to approve the comp plan amendment but to deny the zoning change. And those are the 2 options before the council. And I'd be glad to take any questions.
Doug, thank you. Yes, Councilman Bills.
So Doug, quick question. On the slide that shows the residential mixed use, yes. So the right one there. So there's a meandering line, there's a dashed line on the south part of the heavy. And it appears that line meanders, so, and you're coming against that line versus against the street. So I was curious what's happening there.
Yeah, that's Indian Creek. Oh, Mayor, Councilmember Bills, that's Indian Creek. So this would back up to Indian Creek. The properties on either side of Indian Creek have different types of uses.
Okay.
So,
all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions? None at this time. Doug, thank you so much. So this is a public hearing, and I know whoever is here to testify, you know what we need to do, which is name and address, and we have 3 minutes. And so who do we have here?
Madam Mayor, we have Tiffany Wood.
Good evening.
Good evening. I live in Kuna, Idaho. My address is 951 West Avalon, trailer number 24, Kuna, Idaho. My name is Tiffany Wood, and I am an adult with intellectual disabilities. And I have never been in a company who cares about the participants as much as Angie does. Angie has such a big heart that she wants to make sure that all those who are included and see us for who we are, and not just our disabilities and limitations. Legacy is all about making sure that those like me have the same opportunities and experience as everyone else. Legacy provides us with activities in the communities, like vacations, dances, and gatherings that most of us would not be able to experience otherwise. With the building and Legacy, and Angie will be able to provide more care and opportunities to the communication and its participants. Thank you.
Tiffany, you did a great job. Thank you so much for being brave enough to come up and testify.
Well, like I said, if it wasn't for Angie, I wouldn't have been able to come to be able to experience this with you guys right now if it wasn't for her. So if you guys could be able to please approve this and make it so that people like me can be able to get that chance to be able to see what it would feel like in this community. And it's hard. And one of my biggest pet peeves is people not respecting people with the disability that they have. So it's my job, and I want to make sure that Angie is there to be able to make us feel like a person and make us feel like we are welcome into this community. So if you guys do approve it, I will thank you guys personally if you guys approve this project and make it so that she can give us more back to the community and give us a chance to be able to show you guys of who we are and what we can do, and not see us for the disabilities that we have, but make sure that you guys can see us for who we are and not an outcast. So please, it would mean a lot to us people with disabilities, to be able to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any other advanced signups.
Is there any, okay, so I see a couple of people, so we'll go here and then we'll go to you over here. And thank you for coming forward. Go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address.
My name is Angel Lyda. I live at 111 15th Avenue South, Apartment 102, Nampa, Idaho. I just wanted to say, if it wasn't for Legacy, I wouldn't be here today. I would have committed suicide a long time ago. And Legacy has also given me an opportunity to have a job. I'm part-time as the activity director, and if it wasn't for Angie coming to me and asking me if I wanted a job, I wouldn't have, I wouldn't be able to be here today if it wasn't for Angie. I've been out of the psych hospital for almost 2 years now. And I just want to say thank you for taking the time out of your day to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Great job. And go ahead. The gal back here. Yes, your turn. It's okay.
Hi. My name is Sarah Nason. I live at 1224 6th Street North. So this property is right in my backyard. My backyard's 8 feet wide, and this property sits up a little higher. I don't have a problem with the type of business they're trying to put in, because I've worked in that type of business. My other concerns that I didn't put in the last public hearing was, one of them was about the property values. What's it going to do to my house and my neighbor's house? Does the rehab have plans to mitigate the decrease, if there is a decrease in my property value? And then how will they ensure the safety of the surrounding neighborhood, especially in the terms of interactions between residents and clients? It is very busy in that area now. There's already a problem with the school because one of the buses has to park on 6th Street North, and there was a light that they cut my property to put in that light, that crosswalk and such. There's a lot of traffic in that area. And with the park being there, whenever they have events and stuff, there's like no parking. I have a carport. I don't worry about that part. But I guess the hours of operations are things that I wanted to know about before. What is the landscape going to be? Because like I said, the elevation of that property is a little higher than mine. And if you walk out my back door, I've got 8 feet to my fence. That's it. So I'm concerned about noise and stuff. And then is there any information for the local residents or programs to better understand the purpose and the benefits of this facility in this area? And that's about all I really have to say. It's just concerns. I have grandkids, you know, they're older, but they go play at the basketball courts and stuff too. So I think my big one is more about property value right now. You know, I'm getting ready to retire and I would like to sell and I don't want to lose out on everything I put into it, basically. Okay?
Thank you for your
Thank you very
testimony.
much. Thanks for
Thank
the
you.
time.
And hopefully we'll get some answers to those questions in at the end of this. Is there anyone else that had, yes, go ahead and come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Angelina Martinez, and I do want to address some of the concerns that the neighborhood has. So, as you know, I was born in Caldwell, raised in Nampa. I told you guys that last time. I went to Kenwood Elementary, to South Junior High, and Nampa High School. So, I love my city, and I was, raised in North Nampa, and that's why I want to put my building in North Nampa. I want to bring opportunities to individuals that are in that area. My office is at the old city, the Canyon County Annex, and we're like breaking out of our seams. We use the Hispanic Cultural Center all the time, and we had to adjust without Dan right now, but we've made it. We have all our meetings there and all our art classes, and so we use the facility there. Our building, we're excited. It's going to be a beautiful building. Randy has done a great job putting our dreams together. My husband is our operations manager. The building will be maintained, the landscaping, the beautification to North Nampa. I'm proud to be from North Nampa, and I'm going to tell you that I'm proud to put my building in North Nampa. So the beauty of it is going to bring property values up. One of the things that we're hoping to do for our neighbors to know is that we're hoping to buy those 2 houses on the side. So when they're ready to sell, they can come and knock on my door, and we're ready to purchase. Because our participants, and over 1,000 participants like mine, already live in your community. They're your neighbors, and you may not know it. My participants, you will not know they're your neighbors, because we train our staff to do an excellent job. And that's what we're bringing to this neighborhood. That's what we're bringing to this business. I know Nampa PD knows some of our old participants really well. One of our participants is from Ish, and about 20 years ago, she disabled 2 of the Nampa police officers. She is now in the community. She works, she drives, she lives, and has had no issues under my care. And that's what our goal is. All our staff are fingerprinted. All our participants, we take no one who has any kind of, because we're a family-oriented business, we don't take anybody that are pedophiles or from the forensic pedophile group at SWITC. We're very careful on who we take as participants because we want them to grow in the community. We want our community and our families to be safe because we are a family-oriented business. So I hope you consider our building.
Mayor,
Great, thank you. Shall we wait and do questions
it was specifically for her.
for her? But I think what I'd like to ask
That's
real
fine.
quickly, because she is being represented by Mr. Haverfield here, I think we have some questions that weren't answered, so we're going to need to ask her to come back. So we'll finish public hearing, and then in our question time, we'll ask her if that's okay. Is that okay? From Randy? Okay. So is there anyone else that hadn't, go ahead, hi. Go ahead and come forward and share your name and address and. You're dressed for the weather.
Right.
It's good.
Good evening. My name is Jose Jimenez, and I work for Legacy, which is my sister. I'm a lead with a couple of our units. And one of the reasons that I'm up here is kind of want to know, let you know that we're have been part of the community for years. I have my wife works for the city. My grandson works for the city. My grandson works for the Idaho Department of Health, Corrections, and I worked for the city for 10 years as a police officer. We have been in the community, and we want to stay in the community. That's one of the reasons. We grew up with a person. One of my aunts had a disability, and that's one of the reasons my sister actually did this job for 20 years. It's not something new for any of us. We are all in the business of one type or another, selling cars or detailing or what, you know. And we all now work for Angie as direct care professionals. I actually myself take care of one of the officers that worked with me 45 years ago. Well, I'm 55, so maybe a little bit below. But he came into the office one day, and I was standing there, and I'm looking at this guy, and I said, "Who is this?" And he looked at me, and we went around and looked at each other for 2 months. Finally, he pulled the picture out, and there we are. So this is something that we were looking for to help persons that are with disabilities that we can direct them to, you know, to become able to take care of themselves, and most of them do. They have their own houses and stuff, but anyway, my point is to make sure that everyone knows, the council knows that we've been in business for years in this area, and that's why we want to stay in Nampa. One of the reasons is to give back to the community for what they've done for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had? Did we miss your address? His address? Okay. So we missed your address for the record. So if you don't mind, I'm so sorry. Come back up, restate your name, and go ahead and give us your address again, and then you can sit down. Thank you. I missed it.
Actually, I'm your neighbor. I'm at 216 Fifth Avenue South.
216 Fifth Avenue South, and your full name again is?
My name?
Uh-huh.
Do you not remember? Yes, Jose Jimenez, yeah.
Say that again?
Jose Jimenez.
Thank you.
I'll say it different. My name is Jose Jimenez. You got to remember that guy, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Victor, I don't know if you remember this or not. I mean, nothing from this, but I met you, me and Creech, back in 78.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You remember? Okay.
Oh, yeah, he was a police officer. That's when we were young and smart.
Yeah.
Old and dumb now.
Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, with that, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide closing remarks and possibly answer a couple questions. Okay, thank you. Actually, we'll need to put these up on the...
They'll be
well,
on the
actually,
screen.
they will be?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you look up on the screen or down at the monitor here, you'll see some of the images. There's 10 images that I shot of the model that I created that kind of shows you what street view would look like, an aerial view looking down on the property itself. You'll see that it's basically a residential character building, residential materials. I think it'll be quite pleasing in the neighborhood there, and will provide, obviously, for their needs. To answer some of the questions that were asked, the building itself with site development, we're looking at about $500,000 to $600,000 range. If I can get it done for less than that, that would be something they'd be very happy about, I'm sure, but we will do the best we can to help them find a good builder and to get this accomplished. The amount of traffic that's going to be generated or proposed is about 10 to 15 vehicles a day at the most, is what's anticipated. The number of employees, I think Angie told me 10 employees, and then possibly 5 to 10 patrons that might come on a daily basis. But again, all of their therapy is done in the patients or in their homes. Parking will all be on-site. There will be no off-street or on-street parking for this project. Park event parking was something that Doug mentioned. It would be available when there's something going on in the park there, depending on if it's weekends or not. Their hours of operation are 9 to 5 daily, Monday through Friday. So it's not an overnight type business. So they're in there during the daytime, and then they go home at night as well. What was some of the other questions? Oh, why was the house that was torn down? It was unsafe. There was just there was mold and faulty foundations. Was there anything else?
Hours of operation?
9 to 5 daily.
9 to 5, and then potential...
Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday, 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And noise, actually, sounds like there's...
No, I wouldn't expect there to be any noise. It's basically an office building for their use, a little bit of therapy that's in there, but very minimal.
Okay.
And then the outside area for being outside so that it can be more of a park-like setting so that it just would fit right into Lakeview Park by extension. Any other questions that you might have?
Yes.
First off, I want to thank Angie for bringing the project forward. I think it's very important and great for the community. My question, just to reiterate one more time for citizen concerns, is there will not be any violent clients or program participants. They're nonviolent, correct?
That's correct.
All I needed. Thank you.
Again, I mean, when you're talking about people with disabilities, I worked on a couple of different in Nampa and in Meridian developmental centers for people that need training so that they can be self-sufficient in their own homes, let alone in the community. You've seen evidence tonight of the benefit of a service like this. There aren't that many people out there that want to offer this type of a service to the community. They just shy away from it. To their credit, what they're doing is tremendously needed, and I'm so thrilled to be able to represent them in front of you tonight.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
You want me to leave?
Yes.
I just sit down?
Actually, if there are no other questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. With that, Randy, then I'll let you dismiss yourself. Thank you so much. And this is an opportunity for discussion with council.
Mayor,
Yes?
can I make a motion, or do we need discussion?
Motion.
Go for it.
I move to approve the comprehensive plan map amendment for MDR to MRMU land use designation for the entire area that is currently designated as MDR from Lakeview Park to Indian Creek and from the alley Cater line just east of 11th Avenue North to the alley just west of 15th Avenue North, and zoning map amendment from RD to BN zoning district and potential development agreement for 605 13th Avenue North for Randy Haverfield Architecture Northwest PA representing Benito and Angelita Martinez. CMA-00059-2024 and ZMA-00194-2024 with all the conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Queen?
Yes.
Yeah, just a few. Tiffany and Angel, thank you. Thank you for coming up and talking to us. I thought that was
Great
pretty
job.
interesting that you're part of the program and that this is what it's all about. So thank you. Good job on that.
Well, like I said, if it wasn't for Angie, I wouldn't be sitting right here and being involved in a city council, because I've actually have never in my life has experienced come to a city hall council meeting. This is actually my second time I actually have sat here and actually been in with Angie for this. So.
Well, I hope they took a picture of you too.
Yeah.
But I know Angie and I know the family. They've been here for years, and she was pretty instrumental when we were in the process of taking back the Culture Center. And I know Angie and I had many conversations. So Legacy is a good business, and even though I know the house that used to be there, I used to play in that house years ago. And so I will approve this motion, Mayor, by 100%. Yes. Thank you.
Mayor?
That's great. Yes.
Just one last comment too, because it was mentioned, property tax potential and all that. I know I'm not an assessor and I can't assume what direction it will go. From what this was to what it will be, it's going to be an improvement to the area. It's going to be an improvement to the community, the landscaping, the accessibility. I think it should not be a concern to the citizens what it could do to your properties, in my opinion, in mine alone.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you for what you do. Thank you so much. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And now you guys get to go home with good news. Thank you. Good night, guys. We are going to move into 8.4 on the agenda. This is an action item. And hopefully Randy comes back. We may need to grab him. Thank you. This is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district and a potential development agreement for a 3.82 acre parcel at 17270 Northside Boulevard for Tammy Crawford, Centurion Engineers, representing Scott Smith. And the original concept is a lay-down yard for a construction supply company. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you. Come on forward.
Mayor, council members, my name's David Crawford with Centurion Engineers, 2323 South Vista Avenue in Boise. I'm here representing Specialty Construction Supply, who needs a new place to expand, and they're looking forward to doing that here in the city of Napa. They have 3.82 acres of land located at 17270 North Side Boulevard. This is, depending on how you measure it, between a mile and 3/10 of a mile north of the sugar treatment facility, or the sugar plant, excuse me. Anyway, so the Napa Comprehensive Plan denotes this area as all light industrial, and that is part of the reason why Specialty Construction Supply chose this site. It became available. It was in keeping with their services that they provide to the construction industry, from traffic cones and erosion control items that are needed for construction. We did hold a neighborhood meeting back in August, I believe. One neighbor attended, and he was not opposed to the development, just had some questions about what we were going to do there. It's essentially just a lay-down yard for the materials so they can be more efficiently transferred to the construction sites around the valley, particularly here in Canyon County. We did receive unanimous zoning, planning and zoning approval for the project, and we believe that this is in keeping with the City of Napa's comprehensive plan. We agree with the conditions of approval as written, and I should mention that I did receive a late notification on Thursday. There was an email that came in from a neighboring property owner that requested that we install a fence around all three sides of our property. The conditions of approval require us to, of course, buffer Northside Boulevard on the west with landscaping and fence, and on the north and south boundaries. We have committed to there was simply not enough time to figure out between him and I all the logistics of it, so we are in good faith negotiating with him about what that may look like, what his needs are, and what our needs are. So we just simply couldn't put it together in time for tonight's hearing. But I'll stand for any questions you have.
Mayor?
Yes.
So just confirmation that on the east side will be a fence? The property will be fenced entirely?
Councilmember, Mayor, yes, there is an existing fence around the entire property now. It's the specific request from the neighbor was a site obscuring fence. Given what we have a laydown yard going on in here, it's we just couldn't figure out what the logistics of the fence was going to look like. We did ask if he'd participate in that. He couldn't give me an answer, but again, it was just too short a time frame to be able to figure that out. But we have a good faith negotiation going on what that would look like in the future.
But there will be a site obscuring fence, or?
I think it's required.
That's
And
what-
we'll get to that with Rodney, but I believe it's a
Okay.
requirement.
Okay, good enough. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, we'll have you back. Thank you so much. And Rodney, thank you for answering our question.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. I'll get to that section of code in just a second. I also received those same comments from the neighbor. So again, this is a laydown yard for construction supply company. I'll go through this pretty quickly. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval as presented. According to my review of the application, it meets our comprehensive plan and the city code. Here's our comprehensive plan, is all industrial. We don't distinguish on the comprehensive plan whether it's light industrial or heavy industrial. That's done through the zoning of the property. So you can see that here, the zoning to just the west is already IL, light industrial. And there's some other industrial in the area, including heavy industrial. A traffic impact study is required for any project generating more than 100 new vehicle trips during any peak hour, or 1,000 new daily trips. Total in and out vehicular movements. A TIS will likely not be required for this project, but will be analyzed at time of development. So again, there's an aerial view of the property. I did show the utilities in the area, though they are not requesting those utilities at this time. Here's just a site plan of what's existing on the property. And then they provided a landscape plan, pretty simple. It's just abutting Northside Boulevard, but our comments on the landscape plan is that they need to revise these to show some improvements to the property, or excuse me, to the right-of-way between the edge of pavement to the property line, the front property line. So it doesn't have to be significant. It can be some gravel and bushes if they want, and there's not a lot, but they do have to address that. It can't just be dirt. So just quickly, applicable regulations for annexation. These are listed in our code only as meeting state code, but we pulled state code out and looked at 4 different things that we think it is a good way to summarize state code, and these are those. You've seen these before, but I do want to just point out letter D here, when applicable for annexation of roadways, all portions of highways lying partially or wholly to be annexed with a contiguous parcel, unless by express agreement with highway maintenance district indicates otherwise. So you need to address that through an agreement of some kind about when you will annex that property in front of a parcel that's annexing. In my staff report, I actually missed this one. I just put it's not applicable, but actually they will be applicable. It will be applicable because it's abutting some right-of-way that hasn't been annexed, but it will just follow the agreement we have in place. And then the zoning criteria, there's 3 of those that have to be met here. Here's some of the bulk requirements for the zone, the IL zoning, and the proposed, or the purpose of the IL zone. You've seen these before. I can go into detail, but I think you're very familiar with those. Okay, so there's no residential. I just put this on here just because this question seems to get asked a lot. There's no residential abutting this property, no residential districts abutting this property. So that those first 2 paragraphs there don't really apply. But the last one there says, any such exterior storage elsewhere on the property shall be screened by fencing or landscaping treatment. So this gets to the question of, does it need to be screened from view? Does it have to have a fence? Yes, it does. It has to be screened from view. And when we say screened from view, our code actually says an 8-foot maximum height fence could be done, or landscaping, if they can show that the landscaping is going to screen it from view. Again, some more language on fencing and where it's required. I don't think I need to go over that except to say that fencing is required.
Actually, I would like for you to go over that, because I think I'm hearing that it was a concern. And so, real quickly, the chain link with slats is prohibited. So what type of fence? Because this is a side obscuring fence. So is this a vinyl fence that is side obscuring and does it has to be 8 feet tall?
So great question. You're right. I should have addressed this. So this is addressing the frontage of the property. Typically, you have a building there, and then you have wing walls to either side. Our new, fairly new, I guess, industrial design standards require that that fencing be a really nice fence or wall. It has to have multiple materials. It has to match the color of the building or the style of the building. So when we have it in the back, this actually is applying the use of chain link, the second paragraph there, the use of chain link and chain link with slats along any street frontage shall be prohibited. But when we're talking about that whole property, there's a lot of fence line that will not be fronting the street. So then the next question, wing wall or wing fencing shall be ornamental in design and constructed with at least 2 materials, gives the specifics of what that should look like. And then the last paragraph there, fencing with no variation or visual interest are not permitted in areas that face a roadway, or in this case that are visible from the right-of-way. So we don't have a lot of clear standard for how these other fences should look, except that they should be screened. So when the applicant has stated they're working with the property owner to the east, I think it is, I'm not sure what direction to give them except to say that it could be 8 feet tall and it has to be a screening fence or wall or some landscaping. We don't have anything in code. However, since this is annexation, you can put a condition on this one to say whether it's vinyl or wood or whatever you want it to do there.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. So correspondence we've received, agency comments about complying with code. Nampa code compliance did list this property as there's several problems. And I just have put into the conditions of approval that they take care of those problems prior to us reading the ordinance of annexation. Our code compliance officers have said that they will go out and do an inspection on the property prior to that annexation. They just want to start with a clean slate, and so that's the condition. Fire district gave their response times and the distance. Again, this is an estimated response time of 5 minutes, which is exactly their goal. And then the landscape plan, I've already talked about those changes that need to happen there. Engineering gave multiple comments about traffic and utilities and improvement of the right-of-way. Most of that's going to be handled at time of a development of that property rather than just storing equipment on the property. However, some of that will be required as part of the annexation, such as improving or dedicating the right-of-way. So here are the conditions that they recommended, and I've included those into the conditions on the project. And then this is the late correspondence we received from David Palfreyman. I want to ensure that petitioner's request, if approved, will be required to provide site blocking fencing on the northeast and south side of petitioner's property that abuts my property on its northeast and south side. So he's basically surrounding this, it sounds like. So that will be required regardless because of code. And then here's the proposed conditions with all of the conditions of staff and a couple, here are the findings. You've asked me in previous meetings to kind of slow down. However, this one's a pretty straightforward one. So I'm just going to say that if you feel like we need to slow down and come back to these, we can. But I feel like it's pretty straightforward. It complies with all of the annexation criteria. And I've added the portion in red because that's that section about the right-of-way, and state code changed a little bit, and so we're trying to include that in all our proposals now. And then the proposals for findings, there is a lot, and it's all in your staff report. But again, I could go over these if you need. Again, compatible with adjoining districts. It's in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. Mostly I highlight the comprehensive plan and how this, the comprehensive plan calls for this type of development. And then also that it has city utilities services. And here are a couple of motions for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Rodney. Council, do you have any questions for Rodney at this time? None? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and?
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone signed up in advance.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item? Yes. Thank you. You've gotten to be here all evening, so I'm sure you know. It's give your name and address, and thank you.
My name is Greg Lottridge. My address is 5238 North Cunard Way, Meridian, Idaho. Madam Mayor, City Council, I appreciate the time. I'm the president of Specialty Construction Supply. I just wanted to take a minute to let you know what we're all about. We're a family-owned business, have been for about 30 years now. I'm born and raised in the Treasure Valley. Very glad to be a part of this community. We've been very blessed to outgrow our facility in Meridian, and so we are excited upon your approval, obviously, that we maybe have the opportunity to become part of the city of Nampa. We are the largest traffic control contractor in southwest Idaho. We pride ourselves in keeping the community safe in construction zones. This move will not only allow us to expand our business, but it'll allow our response times to get much, much better in emergency traffic control situations. And our staff is very, very excited to be part of Nampa. So I guess I just wanted to say thank you for your consideration. I appreciate it, and we look forward to being a valuable member of the community. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing no one, thank you. Go ahead and come back, David.
Mayor, council members, David Crawford, 2323 South Vista Avenue, Boise, here representing the applicant. I wanted to speak a little bit about the fence. We definitely got to have better fencing materials along the frontage than we do along the sides. I want to bring one thing up. This is an industrial zone. It is a lay-down yard. There's going to be need for security potentially. We don't necessarily want to put up a easily knocked over vinyl fence or a burnable wood fence. It's probably going to be something more like chain link with fencing. I did have the opportunity to have some conversation with the neighboring property owner that requested the site obscuring fence, and his plans in the future are also to do a similar style of industrial development. So I just wanted to let you know that we can work with the property owner to come up with some agreement in good faith to do that, and we can certainly vet the fencing that's chosen with the staff, should you choose to approve us tonight.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? I think my only question is, you've got quite a bit of, I'm just trying to go back and look at this. So you've got this one section along North Side, and then it angles. Am I in the right one? Yes. Yes? Okay, so that angle, is that an irrigation ditch?
Yes.
It is.
Mayor, council members, yes, it's an open irrigation ditch along the southeast boundary where it angles. It's a natural boundary for the project.
Just a comment, and I know that Randy already mentioned this, is making sure that that frontage on North Side is, because it is, you want that frontage to look nice, right? And so understanding then you've got a canal and the back that'll be industrial, but making sure that that front, because it could be 10 years down the road, right, that whatever comes in, and what we're looking for, I think, in the industrial area is there's usually setbacks and berms, and we're requiring some nice-looking industrial areas, and so just making sure that this isn't complying with everything else that's coming in within our industrial area.
Mayor, council members, yes, we were required to submit the landscape plan that was up prior to this. There was some need to address the area between our bermed landscaped area and where the road right-of-way is and the existing edge of pavement. So we certainly understand that the city wants those types of improvements to look better than industrial areas have in the past. And that's exactly what we plan on doing.
Thank you. So council, no questions? Okay, I get it's pretty simple. So if there are no questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, council.
Mayor, I move to approve the annexation and zoning to IL Light Industrial Zoning District at 17270 Northside Boulevard for, to me, Crawford Centurion Engineers, Inc., representing Scott B. Smith, ANN 00314, 2024. All conditions listed in the staff report and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
You're done. And Greg, I just recognized you. It's good to see you. It has been a long while. Good to see you. Okay, 8.5. 8.5 is an action item for annexation and zoning for a total of 100.52 acres with approximately 89.32 acres into a RS7 single-family residential and 11.19 acres community business zoning district and a potential development agreement, planned unit development, and subdivision preliminary plat approval for Brookhaven subdivision at 0 and 4101 Alma Lane for a total of 100.52 acres. This is for Patrick Connor, representing Wikibach. Did I get it right? Okay. LLLP and Lionwood Properties LLC. The original concept is 338 single-family detached dwelling lots, 3 commercial lots, and 50 common lots. And Patrick, you're on. You've had to wait a long time tonight.
I hope it's worth it. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you all for giving your evening and your time every week for this community. So this is the Brookhaven Plan Unit Development application. If this looks familiar to you, it's because it is familiar. About a year and a half ago, we presented this project to you all. Some new faces on the council, but it does look familiar. After a lot of the feedback that you all gave us at that summer hearing of 2023, we went back to the drawing board, work with the staff, and there's a lot of changes that I'll get to that happen between then and now with this application. Before we jump into it, though, I want to tell you a little bit about our company and kind of, why we do what we do and how we're getting to how we design this community. So the vision, our company at Hubble Homes and Woodside Homes, as being an unwavering force for good in people's lives and to make people's home their sanctuary. And part of the land use design in this application is to build a community that offers homes to many people at many stages in their life, whether you're a first-time buyer, new family, growing family, or empty nester retiree. We hope to build a community that has many different home opportunities in there that you can kind of age in place within your home. We know that we can't build a one-size-fits-all house for everybody, but hopefully we can build a community that fits different people from all different stages of their life. So the project is located in southeast Nampa. It's currently tangent to New York Landing and Fenway in this area just south of Alma Lane and north of Lewis Lane. So this kind of shows what I presented to you all a year and a half ago and then today's version. So a lot of things changed. Previously, we had an application that we didn't really have a sewer plan. We knew that part of the site could be sewered, but the other site we didn't really know. We'd work with engineering and there was an ongoing master sewer plan. And it was a little unclear. So at the time, we were trying to annex the whole thing, but just preliminary plat the north portion. The land use design, and I admit, was not very creative. It was only partially platted. The amenities were not very well thought out. The lots were a lot smaller than are presented today. We were proposing an RS6 zone when the adjacent uses were RS7, and we were proposing 447 single-family lots. Today's application is a lot different and a lot better in my opinion. So now we do have confirmed sewer access through the master plan with the city engineering department. We put a lot of thought and effort into the PUD design. It's a full preliminary plat application. We have a lot of PUD amenities per the city standards in your new PUD code. We have over 15% open space. We have 3 different lot sizes. And we knocked the buildable lots down to 338, down 109 lots from previously. So I just want to thank you all for the feedback that you all gave us at that hearing a year and a half ago. That kind of brought us here today. Another big change that happened was it previously was a mixed-use residential on the future land use map. It's now a mixed-use residential, which we'll get into when we have discussion about the commercial. Again, RS7, RS8.5, and RS6 around it. We're proposing an RS7 PUD to be better aligned with our neighbors. And 391 total lots, 338 single-family lots, 50 common lots, 3 commercial lots, and about 17 acres of open space. And our density is about 3.362 per acre, which is well below the future land use map allocation that allows 9.6 maximum. So when we look at the PUD, we focus on a variety of lot sizes, enhanced amenities, and community focus commercial. This is just a shot of some of our home designs, and then some pictures of some of our new designs. So Hubble builds a much different house today than we did 18 months ago, just 18 months ago. Our new ownership has really focused on lifestyle solutions, higher quality, more thoughtful spaces, and we're really proud of it, and it's been a lot of adjustment for our company to do. But in the long term, it's going to lead to a better life for folks that live in our communities. Big part of that is this Energy Star certification. So it's everything from making sure your house is fully sealed to keep it airtight for energy savings costs. And it's verified by a third-party inspector, which also looks at our safety during construction and during our construction practices. Another thing, before I jump into the amenities, is a lot of time we talk about the 3 places. So the first place is our home. It's our sanctuary. We can do that. The second place we talk about is spend a ton of time at work, spend a ton of time at school, spend probably too much time away from home. But the third place is a place that kind of where life exists. It's our churches, it's our playgrounds, it's our community centers, our libraries, parks and recreation areas. It's a neutral ground, community-centered. It's accessible, and it's open for everyone to come together. So when we look at our PUD amenities there, that was a big focus of ours. So per your code, we have to have 2 large amenities. So that's our large play area, picnic area, 2 big playgrounds, which I'll show you, basketball court and 2 pickleball courts. But we're trying to go above and beyond that. So we're also providing a dog park, community gardens, outdoor fire pits, and open grass areas. I'm running out of time. All right, so I just want to show you kind of more of the amenities that we're focusing on. So the north portion will have a community garden, a covered pergola in that particular area, so folks can easily walk to those outdoor areas. In the Central Park area, we have 2 big playgrounds, pickleball and basketball, as well as a pathway along the Ramsey Drain, which we'll need a license agreement for from the irrigation district. Here's some renderings of those. The playground areas around that Central Park. We're adding a lot of undulation in the ground to kind of give some more natural playscapes for kids, as it's kind of a little bit more fun than playing on a flat playground. These photos are in your packet. So,
And Patrick, you
yes.
know what? I just want to say, I'm going to, you can slow down because
Okay.
we want to hear your presentation. I know you're out of time, but.
Almost.
Well, I guess I'm sorry. Randy's looking at me like, okay, you did that. But if we ask on a.
What's fair for the son, not
Well, I tell you what, when it is a master planned community, and it's a big thing, with this many residential units in it, we need time to hear your presentation. And so I'm going to ask, and sometimes people will ask in advance if they can have more time, and we will grant it. And so I know you didn't ask, but we need to see what your presentation is, because this is a big, it's over 300 homes.
Yeah.
So in a master plan community or PUD, so go ahead and give him two more minutes.
Is that a roundabout?
It is.
It appears to be a roundabout.
Very grateful.
I'm just very observant.
I think it's a calming device.
It's a calming
It's
device.
a little bit of both. Yeah, it's traffic calming and. So
Okay,
this is the Central Park area, which we kind of have most of our amenities in that area for folks to come to. And then in the northeast corner, we have a large kind of play area and fenced-in dog park area. And that site, it's also kind of serves as a drainage area, and also a small fireplace in that pocket park right there. The commercial, so we talked with staff about where to locate commercial, where it's best located, and they wanted to see some along Alma Lane, and some along Lewis Lane. So this first one, we have just over an acre, and we foresee something, the use of like a local, coffee shop or a place to eat, grab a bite, or like a daycare. The access to this commercial site will be through the subdivision. So that is BC zone in the north corner, and the south also has BC zone along the Lewis Lane frontage. As a requirement for mixed use, we have to have at least, I believe, 7 acres of commercial, and we're right at about 7. We do connect to Fenway subdivision to our west, there by the red arrows. And then working with staff and engineering, we do have a main boulevard that runs in the north part of our property. This is the mid-mile collector. So where you see the dotted dashed black line is the location for the mid-mile collector. In talking with city staff, we want to see that put in sooner than later. And there's a lot of out parcels along that mid-mile where it's currently located. So they're in agreement with us having it on our site so we can kind of maintain that detached sidewalk boulevard feel with the trees. And then also it connects to Alma Lane that fingers off. That's not I'm talking about the part that runs to the northeast. It's not a mid-mile collector, but it will be built to the same standards with the detached sidewalk and the street trees. As far as our impact to the community, we will have to pay almost $500,000 to the Happy Valley Roundabout, Locust Lane, Happy Valley, as well as fire impact fees over $500,000 to infrastructure additions and that effect. And here's just a shot of our phasing plan. Again, it's preliminary, but assuming we get approval tonight, we can start engineering plans. It takes about a year of design, a year of construction to get that first phase online and the model home built. So it won't open until spring or summer of 2027. And then each year we hope to deliver one phase as we go through the project. So that is the the end of my presentation, but I stand for any questions you all have, and thank you for giving me your late evening.
Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, I've got a question. Patrick, are you asking, I'm just confused, so for the annexation for the land use, are you asking us to change it from residential mixed use to break it up to the single-family RS, like medium density, and then the community business?
So to clarify, Councilman Jingula, it is not currently annexed. So the future land use map designated as mixed-use residential mixed use, and we're asking to be annexed in under the RS7, or a PUD with an RS7 under overlay zone. Within that PUD, we can have the BC zone within there, and also the RS7 PUD with the residential. So did that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. And so I guess I'm just wondering, so the amount of commercial that you're wanting to put in there fits within the residential mixed use
Yes.
zoning, so
Yes,
why are you requesting it to change from residential mixed use?
I'm not requesting to change. So previously, it was medium-density residential. Back when I applied for it a year and a half ago, the city changed their future land use map to mixed-use residential. So we had to change our plan to respond to that.
Okay,
So
so
that is
you-
why we see commercial on this application.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry if I didn't.
No, you're fine.
Sometimes
I just was trying to put it all together, so you're good.
Yeah, so that was the big thing that changed for us, is when we came back, when we submitted the application, it was still all residential, and then in the middle of that time, it switched, and we're like, well, are we still in compliance? This is 2 years ago. They're like, yeah, you're fine because you submitted it before, but since we had to reapply, pull a new application, we have to be in compliance with the future land use map as it is today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
So Patrick, are you guys really wanting commercial? Or are you only doing it because of the ordinance requirement?
I will say this, Councilmember Bills, we are not commercial builders. We don't build commercial buildings. A lot of times we will have commercial on our projects because it may enhance the project. It's part of the, requirements of the city. Most likely we'll build these, they'll be finished pads, and we'll offer them for sale, or if folks want to partner with us on it. I think personally, particularly the one on Alma Lane, will be a great asset, depending on the use, would be a great asset in the community if it does serve the community as we want, or would be ideal. I live in a neighborhood that has a random, very old commercial property right in the middle of it, right across the street from my son's school, and it's amazing. It doesn't belong there. It's surrounded by residential, but it serves as a really great gathering place for people, and I think that has opportunity to be that in the future. But I will say, our first application was all residential, because that's what we do. But I think in the long term, and along Lewis Lane, that commercial property will be useful to a user in the future.
I can see that. I'm just, the Lewis part doesn't make sense to me.
The Lewis Lane?
Unless it was mini storages.
That's not permitted.
Yes, he was. Thank you. I'm just going to be nice and smile right now. Okay, since this is the applicant's piece, we will move on, unless there's another question, we'll move on to Christy. Thank you, Patrick. Hey, Christy.
Finally get to talk to you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. As stated, the request from you this evening is approval of annexation, planned unit development, and preliminary plat with zoning to RS7 and BC. The property is contiguous to the city limits on the north and west, where it abuts RS 8.5 and RS 7 zoned properties. The property is currently under the jurisdiction of Canyon County, but it is within the city's impact area. To the north, RS 8.5 is the New York Landing subdivision. To the south is County Ag Land. To the east is County Ag Land, and to the west is RS 7, which is the Fenway subdivision. The city's water and pressure irrigation systems have adequate capacity to serve this property. The development will contribute towards a private sewer pump station constructed with the New York Landing subdivision to pump sewage across the New York Canal. The project will be required to construct utilities to and through the property at the time of development, including stubbing utilities to the surrounding properties. The New York Landing development is conditioned to make water and irrigation looping connections in Alma Lane at Southside Boulevard. As far as the layout goes, this property is required to dedicate right-of-way along Alma Lane, 40 feet from the section line, and on East Lewis Lane, 50 feet from the section line. The proposed site access on Alma meets the city access requirements. Excuse me. The proposed roundabout at the intersection of South Mountaintop Way and South Falling Star Way needs to be revised to include the appropriate splitter islands and be designed per roundabout design guidelines. The secondary emergency vehicle access is required given the number of lots in Phase 1, which exceeds 29. The preliminary plat reflects a 20-foot wide EVA at the shared common driveway of Lot 13, Block 1. The internal road layout appears to meet all City of Nampa design standards. So the traffic impact study has been reviewed and approved by Nampa Engineering. There were no project-triggered impacts to the intersections analyzed within the study. The red intersections on this map are intersections that are not specifically the responsibility of this project. Happy Valley Road and Alma Lane has an increase in the southbound right turn lane length that is warranted under the existing conditions. And on Southside Boulevard and Alma Lane, the southbound right turn lane is warranted under the 2025 background conditions. The green circle is the intersection that is the responsibility of this project. So Happy Valley Road and Lewis Lane will require a southbound right turn lane. The purple circles on this map are part of the capital improvement projects that are identified in the city's 5-year transportation plan. Southside Boulevard and Locust Lane needs to have that intersection improved in some way, and Happy Valley and Locust needs to have that intersection improved in some way. This project is subject to standard traffic impact fees as mitigation for its contribution to regional traffic, and it will contribute towards the future failing intersection conditions at Locust Lane and Happy Valley Road, identified in the Harvest Creek Subdivision Traffic Impact Study. This intersection is not identified in the city's Transportation Master Plan Capital Improvement Projects list for impact fee contribution. The Harvest Creek developer partnered with the engineering department to consult with 6 Mile Engineering to develop a conceptual roundabout plan for that intersection with corresponding cost estimates. The conceptual design was completed in November of 2022 with corresponding estimated cost of $3,700,000. The Brookhaven subdivision will contribute an estimated 12.6% of the trips of this intersection. The development should pay a fee in lieu of construction for its contribution to the failing level of service at this intersection. This would be 12.6% of the total estimated cost of $466,200. Correspondence received, engineering listed dedication of right-of-way, traffic impacts, frontage improvements, and their list of conditions. The fire department indicated that this is approximately 3.8 miles from fire station number 2 with a response time of 8 minutes. And the subdivision will add approximately 947 residents to the area with this increased personnel demand of 0.95 firefighter positions. GIS has requested some changes to street names. Code compliance has requested that the weeds be kept cut prior to annexation, and there are some red line comments on the landscape plan. So the property is located in an area that is designated as residential mixed use on the future land use map in the comprehensive plan. The comp plan outlines the purpose and goals of mixed-use development, for example, to build neighborhoods with reasonable access to services, to encourage innovative design, creative placement, and sustainable function of structures, to encourage uses that are compatible with each other and surrounding land uses, to provide opportunities for quality, affordable housing, to promote efficient use of resources, and to encourage smart growth development. There are a number of guiding principles found in the comprehensive plan that are outlined as facts in your staff report. A few of those being density, smart growth principles, building design, housing affordability, and the need to provide a variety of single-family housing types with strategies on how to achieve that. The comprehensive plan defines compatibility, it defines what residential areas should look like, and it defines neighborhood commercial strategies. All of those guiding principles are outlined in the comprehensive plan are found by staff to be met by this project. The proposed BC and RS7 zoning districts are both permitted zones under the residential mixed-use designation. The structures located in the BC zoning districts will be subject to city design review standards. The uses within a mile of this proposed development are a New Horizons school, large county residential lots, agricultural land, other medium-density subdivisions, and religious facilities. So on the preliminary plat, they are required to have 15% open space. They have 17 acres of the platted area, which comes up to 16.93% open space. He outlined the amenities that would be included in those areas. There are areas of drainage that are included in the overall usable open space calculation, and they will be designed to be usable. This means that there will be seepage beds that will be fully sodded, and improvements will all be below ground. Ponds were intentionally avoided due to the maintenance challenges there. A 25-foot landscape buffer is required along Elma Lane and Lewis Lane. The landscape plan was provided with this application and reviewed by staff with a few comments for revision. So in a planned unit development, depending on what it is that they're asking for, sometimes they would be allowed to increase the density by 20% or reduce the minimum lot size by 20%. They did not request an increase in density. On this 100.51 acres, the project proposes a density of 3.362 dwelling units per acre. In the RMU, they are allowed to have 2.51 to 8 dwelling units per acre. In a PUD, smaller residential lots are encouraged. The edge of the developments within the RMU designation should be compatible with existing residential development if at all possible. This proposes the majority of the lots under the minimum required lot size for the zone, and I will get to that when I go over the plat. The planned unit developments are intended to make special allowances to bulk standards outlined in the zone while also providing enhanced amenities as a trade-off. So that's where we come up with the 16.93% of open space, all of the amenities that qualify under the list for the PUD that he outlined in his presentation. They are required to have connectivity throughout a subdivision that's a PUD. Pathway connections are provided throughout this development via detached sidewalks, paved pathways, and gravel pathways. PUDs shall be exempt from the subdivision periphery lot compatibility requirements, but it is encouraged that they do that if it's necessary. The ratio of land uses for a PUD that's larger than 5 acres in a mixed-use land designation for RMU is, let's see, over 50% of the proposed land use shall be residential with no less than 5% of the land use as commercial. So in this case, I believe this alludes back to your question, does it meet the requirements for the RMU designation? The area designated as commercial is approximately 7% based on the gross project area, so it does exceed that 5% of commercial requirement for the mixed use component. There are very few commercial uses that are already established and are much needed in this area. The platting of this project will have to abide by 1026, 10:8, 1016, 10, and 1033 of our city code. We already went over the density requirements. The lot sizes range from 5,600 square feet to 11,337 square feet. The maximum lot size in the RS7 zone is 14,000. The largest lot is 11,337. The minimum lot size allowed through a 20% reduction for the planned unit development is 5,600 square feet, down from the 7,000 for a regular subdivision. The smallest lot here is 5,600 square feet. There are 266 lots out of the 338 proposed that will employ that 20% reduction. Some of those lots measure at 6,996 square feet and decrease down to the allowed 5,600 square feet. All lot depths and widths meet our city code. Sorry, I'm getting a little frog in my throat. There are 4 criteria, as Rodney mentioned earlier, for annexation. Number 1, all landowners have consented to this annexation. Number 2, the property is contiguous to the city limits. Number 3, the property is included in the impact area boundary identified in the comprehensive plan. And number 4, the roadways around the property do fall within the agreement between Nampa and the Nampa Highway District. For zoning, there are 3 criteria that must be found. 1, does it propose a compatible zone? Staff has found that it does. Does it propose a compatible use? Staff has found that it does. Is it in the interest of the public? Staff concludes that it is in the interest of the public because it proposes a variety of housing types and neighborhood services in a residential subdivision layout that complies with adopted city codes. These are the recommended conditions of approval based on the comments we received. These are your potential motions, and I will stand for any questions.
Yes.
So, a couple things. Looking at this one with the one last week, so this one now has commercial. The one last week made a change, so they got rid of the commercial. So is there a possibility that the zoning could be different on this? And if the applicant wanted and get rid of the commercial?
Councilman Bills, in this area, we don't have a lot of commercial services. Our comprehensive plan actually states that if you are within a quarter mile of other commercial services, you do have the option to not include that. This is not that situation because there aren't enough services in the area to allow them to not include commercial at this time. If there were more commercial services already in the area, then we could probably entertain that.
Okay, so the next question is, well, that one slipped. I'm done for the moment.
Are there any other questions?
Mayor, I do.
Councilwoman?
Christy, I guess I'm confused on when we talk about smart growth and this is butting up so much to county ag land, why we would be even proposing medium density here. I mean, I know that it's part of our future land use map here, but an RS7 that's that close to ag land to me just doesn't feel very congruent. I know that it meets the criteria to the neighboring developments, but wouldn't RS 8.5 be a better medium density use there?
Mayor, Councilman Jangula, when we talk about sprawl, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're trying to protect the majority of the ag land that's in the county, not necessarily the existing ag land that's in our impact area. Our impact area is designed for that growth. And so we want to make sure that we're not creating these huge, large lots that are just going to continue to proliferate into that area and cause sprawl. We want to make sure that we're keeping it condensed and the density high enough within our impact area so that the ag land that's in the county isn't eaten up by larger lots as we progress out that direction.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Christy at this time?
The next one's for Danielle.
Okay, well, let's move into public hearing, and then we'll come back. So, thank you, Christy.
Madam Mayor, we do have one person that has signed up. That is Brittany Huffman.
Brittany, you've waited a long time. Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
Putting my kids to bed.
Sorry you had to wait so long, but thank you for doing so.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Huffman. My address is 11494 West Belgrave Street in Nampa. Thank you, Mayor and council members. While I understand what happened to my family is out of your control, I want to share our experience so better developments can be put forward. And what happened to us does not happen to future subdivisions and families. We currently live in a Hubble subdivision. We bought our home in April of 2022. Within a year, we had 6 inches of standing water in our crawl space. This was due to the grading being insufficient and the cross-lot drainage that Hubble was doing at that time. This allowed mold to grow, causing health risks and mold toxicity for my family and pets. The flooding would take weeks to go away, but Sorry, I'm nervous. Can you tell?
You know what, everybody gets nervous, so I even get nervous up there, so you're good.
The extra water extended for periods of time, creating lots of extra bugs in our backyard. My kids couldn't play outside. Our yard was a swamp, our backyard. Hubble Homes did remediate. It took them 6 months to remediate the mold from under our house. They had to install several French drains in our backyard. The flooding, I lost my spot. Due to the flooding coming from the grading issues. They as well had to install 2 sump pumps under our home to be sure any future water didn't stay under the home. Water was traveling from 4 homes down. We have several neighbors from Hubble. They told me that they had installed about 30 French drains in our neighborhood alone. I know that this is something that has come up in several Hubble subdivisions. It's been on the news, but between the flooding under the home and the flooding that was in the backyard. My reason for being here is I think it very much needs to be looked into that future subdivisions need to have French drains installed in homes, because this didn't only involve our home, it also involved several of our neighbors as well. So I think that that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying tonight.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone else signed up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify tonight? I don't think so. Thank you. Patrick, you're welcome to come back.
Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to touch on a couple things. Councilman Jangula, I remember, so one thing that I went back and watched the hearing from a year and a half ago, and one thing that you talked about kind of this along the similar line as being respectful to existing neighbors around us, but also, being aware of what's around us. And one of the comments you made was existing homes that are our neighbors, making sure we have large lots next to them, giving them some space and being aware of that. So that's one thing I didn't mention that we did do on this particular project. In that, there's a couple people that I've been working with on this project that are our neighbors that had to leave early because it's late and the weather's terrible. But we're honoring some of their requests of having single-story homes next to them and having large lots adjacent to them, particularly in that northeast corner by the dog park area. Some concerns that they had. I don't think there was too much else. Brittany, thank you for coming tonight. I can't speak particularly about her situation, obviously, but there's been a lot of groundwater issues that we've acknowledged and that we are trying to take care of as a company. There's been a lot of different ways to remediate that. So like she mentioned, sump pumps, French drains, other drains, things like that. One thing that we are doing now is for every home, and it's not just our company, it's many other companies that are having these issues just because of having these big rainstorms as opposed to small rainstorms lately, and there's just issues seasonally with groundwater. But having individual lot grading for each individual house and dealing with the water there. And also on particular areas that we do have higher groundwater, we'll switch to a slab on grade. So it just kind of depends on the site, but it's something that we are extremely aware of, that we are taking every possible step we can, particularly next to areas with canals and things like that that are prone to higher groundwater. So I think that's all I can really say about that one, but it's something that comes up and we talk about every day of how to do it better. So with that, any other questions for anybody? And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
So can you explain to me, you had just mentioned it, and coming back to her comment about French drains, and you said the block grading, can you explain to me what that drainage is and how it compares to French drains?
Yeah, so and each individual lot will have a grading plan for each individual lot. A lot of times we look at it on like a block by block basis. So sometimes the simplest way is for when it rains or a storm event for the water just to go to the street through the system. Sometimes it's been designed where water will go through backyards and then go down side yards. It's just kind of a overall system. We're trying to look on an individual lot basis, like on this particular site, how do you deal with a storm event on that particular house? So, and it's every plan gets its own individual lot grading plan that folks can sign off on to understand what's there, and understand how it functions. So if there's a particular part of your lot that's supposed to take in water, not to pave that with a patio, for example, or something like that. So it's full disclosure for everybody on things that when there are these events, where your gutters are. I know in my house, these past few days, I got a wet spot in the back corner of my house that I know I need to be aware of, and I've been kind of dealing with that. So just disclosure on how it is designed to function from a drainage standpoint.
Okay. And Mayor, follow-up question. Is this part of, so the grading is a factor of it, are you planning to install French drains in each lot or some form of drainage system so it's mitigated fully rather than just?
So it's a good question. So not every lot necessarily needs a French drain. If there is a lot that does need it, we will install them. We do install them preemptively if we need to. That's part of this individual lot grading plan that we can do that can do it. It doesn't make sense to put them on every lot when you don't necessarily need it, or depending on the topography. But it is something that we are working with on, like I said, repeating myself, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Patrick, I've heard a lot of answers to, everything was fine until she mentioned that. So seasonal groundwater obviously is an issue in agricultural areas, because, water gets put on property, it raises it, and then it lowers it. So you see that variation. Is that what is causing this? Or, you can't really answer the question, but so what I heard you say was the lots themselves are designed to hold stormwater? Or is it a cross flow to a common collection point that you're looking to take on a 25, 50-year, 100-year event that could happen?
Yeah. Councilman Haverfield, it's the latter. So each house is designed to get rid of water at a certain rate into the regional storm community systems. There we design it, and we understand what the perk rate is on every lot, and we can work with the grades to get the water off of that. I'm not an engineer or designer in that way, but it is something that we are trying to figure out, what is the bearing capacity of every site we look at. What is the current groundwater? Is it at, is it non-existent? Is it in storm events, the peak time of the year? Is it at 5 feet? Whatever it's at, we can design, deal with the issues that come with that.
So the geotech reports that you get prepared for you, I imagine you have a series of test pits that are on the site, but it's not for every lot. Obviously, that would just be too comprehensive. But so are you getting good help on the geotechnical side to help you to be able to make sure that these homes are safe to live in? I mean, conditioned crawl spaces are another way to prevent mold as well inside the environment of the home itself. So there's a lot of different ways you can go. And I guess I'm not going to try to delve into all those little things, but it just opened up more questions than it gave me answers. So.
Yeah, we're looking at everything that we can, a buffet of strategies to, depending on the site and what it requires and what it needs, whether it's conditioned crawl spaces.
Obviously, it's a liability you'd like to shed, so.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it's, it has not been a happy experience for anybody to deal with, and we're trying to mitigate them if issues come up as quick as possible, so.
If I could say, it's not unique. First of all, the locations are dependent upon, do you have an irrigation canal close by? And then the groundwater in that specific area. There's a lot of factors that enter into the groundwater and the locations. So it isn't that this area is one that will, but because of your knowledge and what you've been dealing with, you guys are actively working to mitigate it, is what I hear you say, because you're knowledgeable, you've been through it. this situation's happened in North Boise. Even where I live, we have to really be careful with it because we've got several different irrigation canals close by, and it is a problem. So it all depends on where you reside.
And
Yeah.
obviously, I've been
Sure,
involved with
yeah.
this for quite a while, and I've seen a lot of different ways that, this moisture can affect environments inside of homes and such, and buildings, so.
Absolutely.
I commend you for the effort of trying to find the solutions, but
Yeah.
each site's going to be unique and special to itself.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and yeah, it's not just the house we care about, it's the family that lives in it. It's disruptive, it's not fun, it's not a good thing. So we're very aware of it.
Are there other questions for
Yes,
Patrick?
Mayor.
Yes.
So, you mentioned townhomes, but I didn't find, so I obviously missed it. What's the ratio, townhomes to what would be?
We don't have any townhomes in this application.
Okay, my error then, I thought I heard townhomes, so, in your initial presentation, so but I couldn't find them. But it's all straight, single-family,
Yeah.
detached housing, no townhomes.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
It's all
Excellent.
detached, and all 3 different product types. 50-foot, 60-foot, 70-foot plus size lots.
Yep, good.
Any other questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I do have one. So tell me, with the huge 300-something house subdivision like you have there, plus commercial, I don't recall that, I'm trying to find it. What are you doing about the traffic, especially the intersections? Or are you doing anything?
Yes. Do you have that slide?
Christy went over that. I don't know if,
Christy did a great job explaining this. If she's welcome to re-explain it, but as far as the direct, Councilman Rodriguez, as far as the direct contribution to a roundabout, it's going to be the Locust and Happy Valley intersection there, and it's $477,000, I believe.
Okay.
$466,000. Then on top of that, there's just typical traffic impact fees. There is an additional southbound right turn lane on Happy Valley that we are responsible for. And then we did have a traffic impact study done for the project, and it didn't identify other intersections of improvement aside from those 2. I think it only identified the Lewis Lane and Happy Valley intersection for the right turn lane, and then the other one is part of our contribution to the roundabout at Happy Valley and Locust that we're going to be paying at 17%.
Okay, so you're using impact fees for that roundabout?
It is, I believe it's a extraordinary impact fee.
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, when the Harvest Creek subdivision came in with their traffic impact study for Happy Valley and Locust, it's a offset intersection there. And so the mitigations necessary to install the roundabout there were beyond what is normal for an intersection improvement. And so with that, we have been collecting fee in lieu of construction from the various properties and subdivisions that have been approved there when they do their final phases to collect the money to do that and spread that out over the various projects in the area.
Okay, because I didn't think that intersection was city.
It
I
is.
thought it was the Napa Highway District.
It has been annexed into the city with previous applications.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
thank you. Are there other questions? Okay. Patrick, thank you. Okay, seeing none, just to ensure that we have no other questions for our applicant, is that correct? Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
I have questions for staff.
okay.
Daniel, and her testimony cues it up perfectly because I had sent an email prior discussing French drains and what we're going to do in the future. And the reason I bring this up for council's background, I attended an event last night in a CBH community, not necessarily a Hubble community, and seeing flooding and flooding and flooding, and talking to homeowners and residents, they all said, oh yeah, we don't have any French drains other than gutter runoff, so on, or street gutters. Is it more of a hindrance, or could it have the possibility to permit or require French drains installation in every lot to actually have a point of drainage in each lot rather than just grading? Grading's great, but having that extra additional layer, not just for this applicant, for future, every application coming forward, this is something I'm going to be thinking about because I've seen the impacts now in multiple different developments throughout the valley.
So, Mayor, Councilman Griffin, lot drainage is a challenge, regardless of the builder or the development. Oftentimes, especially rear lot, the landscaping and final grading and that is not completed by the builder, it's completed by the homeowners. And so it can be a challenge to manage and make sure that it gets put in the way the engineers have designed it. French drains can be the right application depending on the site, the soil conditions, and the grading. I would not recommend that we put a blanket requirement that every lot has a French drain in the back. It's not going to be needed everywhere. We have requirements for grading plans and that look at that and identify how they plan to handle that. The difficulty and the challenges come in with the implementation and when those rear yards are finalized. And if the builder is not finalizing that, we don't have permit requirements that require a homeowner to come in and have inspections and make sure that things are followed per plan.
Mayor, follow up. Would it cause a negative response by requiring a French drain? I know you say it's not necessary or it could be neutral, but could there be a negative reaction for requiring a blanket of French drains in every home other than cost? Because ultimately cost is going to get passed down to the consumer anyway.
I would say that installing infrastructure that is not necessary is a detriment because you have an additional thing to maintain for the homeowner. I don't know, Councilman Bills, it looked like you may want to address that as well.
Well, I'm just going from experience and relying on, you guys as far as engineering, but from experience, a French drain in certain applications is really a great way to alleviate some issues, or 4 yards coming together and not enough elevation to get it on out to the street. Too many French drains are injection wells, and they have the potential you have no control because you don't have sand and grease apparatuses, and you're not going into a storm tank anywhere. And so you have the potential to begin injecting. Now, whether it would go down far enough to cause any problem water supply-wise, probably not drinking water as far as city systems. But from the standpoint of putting too many in, I think there's potential for environmental challenges down the road for me. So while we've used them at times and needed to solve some issues, we've also tried to be somewhat prudent and sparingly and not overdo. So I think just automatically say every house has to have French drains, I think it's a mistake. I think it's the grading plan and where you're putting your water, and it's also where they put the foundations and how they grade between the houses. And we had our fair share of challenges, but we also had great success at solving things with the help of the engineering department and building department years past. So,
And I appreciate the comment, and Mayor, just for an additional comment, and the slides are pulling up of screenshots that I did send into the chat, into the record specifically for this point. I don't know what the proper solution is, and I don't think y'all do either. That's why you're trying to work towards solutions. I just know one of these images showed 43 residents in one neighborhood having a drainage issue, and it ultimately got alleviated because they needed a French drain. And some of them incurred that cost themselves, some had developments do it. So my mind just goes to what can we be doing, what can we do in the future, allowing neighborhoods to create space that I don't think anybody necessarily wants, developer, home buyer, and the like. So that's where I bring up the point. I think it's a valid point. I don't know what the balance is. But I think something drainage-wise, other than grading, there's got to be some sort of solution. But you're an architect and an engineer. You're a developer. You know better than I.
Well, again, I'd respond that the experience side, and Daniel's got a great deal of experience in this, and a lot of the engineering firms in the valley. Our soils are clay. Our soils also have kind of a rubber cementitious application at different points. And so you can think you're digging in good soil, and you actually are creating basically as if you put Visqueen in the ground, and therefore it holds the water. You got other soils that we got into, from one side of a project to another, and another portion of the project, it's sand and gravel.
Or lava.
And then I was going to get to the lava
Yes.
side. And in a lot of areas where these projects have been going, and some of the challenges, and not knowing, from the person who testified, you get the rock side, and then the question is if you got any permeability in that rock. Sometimes lava can be a great spot to let water go. Other times it's just there. And so I think it comes back to the development community and their soils engineers working on the issues. And I think the city's ordinances already cover the responsibility and the requirement to put things in. And if not, then obviously they need to step to the plate and help mitigate. But I've also seen house builders do a terrible job in setting their foundation lower than they should, and then have crawls fill with water. And I don't want to imply that was your situation or that Hubble has done something of that. I'm talking independence and the requirement then to put in sump pumps and to take care of the issues. So it's kind of a challenge issue in my mind, but we're off subject. So.
Mayor?
Yeah, we are kind of going long.
I don't know where these pictures were taken from. I have no idea. They should have been reported to us or in our packet so we could look at it and study it. So let me ask you this, Sebastian. Are they in Nampa or are they somewhere else?
I believe they're in her Hubble home community.
I see. And when were these pictures taken?
Mayor, they appear to be from 2022 and 23.
So they're not current.
Based on the dates that I saw on the posts, they were a couple years old at least.
I see. And that situation, Sebastian, has been taken care of? Or is it still ongoing?
But
I can speak on, I also live in a Hubble home community, Sunnyvale. It's an ongoing issue, and that's where I come with looking for a solution, whether it be something in the development agreement that protects future Nampa residents and Nampa homeowners from having something like this happen. I don't know if every case has been covered at the expense of the developer. I have heard stories where it's been at the expense of the resident. And that's even just a CBH instance that I brought up yesterday, attending an event yesterday. Half a dozen of them had to, and this was a Corey Barton had to install them themselves. It was an
So-
expense that they incurred. So that's why I think for every application moving forward, I think I didn't realize how big of an issue it is, and I don't think a lot of us do until we have rain or snow.
Okay, so I want to make sure, okay, so I'm going to ask us to go back to what we're doing here tonight. So I appreciate these comments. We can put that, if we want to, as a condition of annexation to ensure that the appropriate drainage is in place, which I'm sure that our current developer is very interested in doing so, because this is not one of those things you ever want to deal with again. But it is not unique to one area. And so tonight, we're here with a request for annexation and zoning for this particular subdivision.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion then.
I have
Okay.
things to say. I don't know if I can
You have
just say
things
them
to say?
before.
Yes, you may.
Go ahead.
Let's-
Just some things for council to think about. So I'm going to use correct verbiage. I feel like this is more like higher density, and the closer we get to ag land, it just doesn't make sense. But I know that this is medium density, so I'm going to say medium density here. But they're asking to put in 7% commercial, which is on the very low end of what we could require. It's 5% to 50%. And we continue to talk about property taxes and not having enough. Means financially coming in, the more commercial, and Doug can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would believe that the more commercial that we put in, the more property taxes potentially that we would be able to bring in as we develop. And when I look at the way that we've developed, we're almost running out of our boundary, and we have put in a lot of homes, and we don't have very many resources as far as commercial and things in this area for people to use. And so it just feels like we don't have enough for me personally. And then Lieutenant Peck put in here that it would require an additional 1.13 officers and an additional 0.59 support staff. We're already behind 11 or so officers, so that would potentially add another $211,140 to our already stressed out police bill. So I just feel like an 8.5 would be way more compatible, in my opinion. And if I would like to see more commercial, something closer to 15% minimum is what I would prefer to see down there. Those are my thoughts.
For a motion? Oh, go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, and Natalie, I really appreciate your comments. The challenge is that when we look at smart growth, what we're needing to do is, when something's going to develop in our impact area, the lower the density, the more, it doesn't help us move, it doesn't move us towards the housing that we need in a community. And so higher density is actually better to help in the preservation of ag ground, if it's going to go in. The larger lots actually put more burden because you need more housing developments. I know it sounds counterintuitive. A concern I would have is that even in town, we have a hard time getting our community business properties functioning. And so I think what I heard from Councilman Bills is he's concerned about even requiring this much, because it could be many, many years before these actually get built out for commercial. I appreciate the fact that they're willing to set them aside for commercial, because eventually we're going to need it, and it's wise, but it could be many years before even these commercial spots get utilized and they can successfully operate. Hopefully the one that showed a potential daycare, I could see that being a very good use in there, because I could see a lot of people wanting the daycare as they're going to work. There could be a good place for a coffee shop and something else. I think you make a good point, but it's interesting. So I just want to say, I'm a huge advocate for preservation of ag ground, but the most interesting thing is that if we don't increase our density within our city boundaries, we're going to eat up more ag ground to meet our housing needs, which is, it's almost counterintuitive. So anyway, okay, so I think that Councilman Griffin.
Yes. We switch back. I move to approve the annexation and zoning of a total of 100.52 acres with approximate 89.32 acres into RS7 and 11 acres BC zoning district, development agreement, plan unit development, and subdivision preliminary plat approval for Brookhaven subdivision at 0 and 4101 Alma Lane for Patrick Connor representing Wenkebach LLP. This one says LLLP, but I think it was just supposed to be 2 L's. And Limewood Properties LLC, annexation -00313-2024, PUD 00016-2024, and SPP -00151-2024. With all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report. Additionally, I would like to exclude from the BC permitted uses and move them to conditional use, CUP, conditional use required, automotive truck sales new used, hookah lounge. I can't read my own handwriting. Homeless shelter, hotel motel, liquor store, mobile home sales, tobacco shop, vape shop, construction supplies and sale, government office building, and tattoo parlor. Additionally, I would like to have in the development agreement some sort of condition that in addition to the grading, that there be some form of drainage. I'm not going to say every site is required to have a French drain, as much as I would love to put that in this one and future developments, but some sort of drainage source that will allow for true drainage other than just sloping. I don't know what that is. I'm trying to leave it open-ended for y'all. If there are drainage issues, I would like the developer to be able to mitigate those if it is found to be at their fault and the cost be incurred on them rather than the homeowner within their warranty period as stated on a new home purchase.
Could I add to your motion?
Please.
That we ensure that the new upgraded home design is incorporated. You said that they have a new design that they're using, that the new design be applied to this subdivision as presented. Is that okay?
That's fine. Approved.
Okay.
But it would need a second.
Is there a second? Okay. That motion fails. Is there a substitute motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to propose that we continue this out of respect for our applicant and the time and money he's put into it rather than deny it. It's 10:51 PM. Everybody's tired. I would make a motion that we continue this until a date certain.
Okay, that motion fails.
Sorry.
I think that motion fails, and my guess is why we have a very full docket for the next several months, and so if we push it off, it's going to be a little challenging to find a date to come back. So what is the will of the council?
Mayor?
Yes?
I agree with most of his motion. The last half of it, no. I don't think that that's important to add all that in because it's a requirement for civil engineering anyway to provide proper drainage, and the liability that they assume if there's backflow of water into these homes is already something that they're trying to deal with. So I would just make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning. I guess I have to reread it now.
Do we need to go ahead and reread it, or can he just say as shown on the screen? Legal? Can he just say as shown on the screen instead of reading the whole thing?
If this is in the public record, then yes, which I believe it's part of the packet, you can say as proposed, yes.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the annexation and zoning as prepared for us in our packet and presented before us on the screen rather than reread it.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
Yes.
I would ask the motion maker to exclude those business, commercial.
Where did you find those in the packet?
Good idea.
I'm fine with the exclusion of those items.
That is page 556. Do I need to reread them again as part of this?
Could you just say as previously stated?
As previously stated.
Okay, as previously stated by Sebastian, Councilman Griffith.
I think we're overstepping our boundaries, but
No,
I'm going to change my second, sorry.
So are you saying no, you won't second it?
I won't second that.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table to approve the annexation and zoning. The added condition is to exclude out of the commercial area the items that Councilman Griffin had stated.
Mayor,
Yes.
I might add, if there's a use that you would like to see in there, I'd be happy to add it, or remove it. If you want automotive sales, I think that's fine. I'm hard on the hookah lounges, the liquor stores, the tobacco shop, the vape shop, tattoo parlor, and the like.
I think
You
the
could second it.
developers are going to do that, right? Aren't they going to make the determination what goes in there?
Well, the marketplace is going to make the determination.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why I don't like, unless there's a specific use for the commercial, I don't think it's well to require a certain amount of commercial in with residential. Because they're two different animals, so to speak. The marketplace treats it different, the location treats it different. And so, that's why I made the comment in the beginning. I think if that was going to go commercial, then the best use is going to be mini storage sitting there. You got all those houses within the circle of a mile.
That's true.
And you got no mini storage complex. And, so that's the likelihood of use. Nobody's putting in hookah lounges on Lewis Lane. They're in a population that's coming there.
Well,
and so from my side, we ought to approve an RS7 and dispense with the commercial. And if the developer specifically wants commercial, then they can let us know that they want that commercial there. They got a specific idea, but we've had that requirement, and it's a mixed bag deal when it's not I don't know that this is necessarily a master plan community. It's all RS7. I like that they're very explicit on their greenscape. I think they've done a great job, much better than what we've seen on a few other applications.
So may I ask, I have a question. I think you make a very good point. And you know how I feel about storage units. However, there is a need for storage units. And, I'm sorry?
So I have a motion.
We have a motion, and at this point, there isn't a second on the motion, so we'll have to come back to it. So we're in discussion right now.
We're not discussing the motion because we don't have a second.
Correct. We're discussing the project and how to move forward.
So this motion has
This
died.
motion has died, but we'll come back and have another motion. Yeah. Question is, I think you make a very valid point. And a subdivision that incorporates within that subdivision storage for their applicants is not a bad idea. If it can be done in a nice, which they're going to want it to be in a nice enclosed area, it's going to look nice and follow the guidelines. Rodney, can that be done here if they chose to do it that way?
So storage units, I haven't analyzed the location here, but they have that 2,500-foot buffer. So if there's no requirement or there's no other storage units within 2,500 feet, sure, the BEC zone allows for those storage units with a conditional use permit that comes before you.
Which we could certainly do that.
You could.
Mayor?
Okay, that's not a bad idea. I mean, because there's a need for them. And if they develop it beautifully within there, it's a good use for the,
Mayor?
Although I'd put it someplace else maybe, but go ahead, yes.
And just for a comment, I don't think that was Councilman Bills' intention. I think he said the market's going to drive nonetheless. He doesn't want the commercial at all. But one of my questions is there a time constraint to fill these commercial spaces, the lease spaces, or are they designated as commercial until the market allows for them to fill those spaces?
Councilman Griffin, it would be market-driven.
So I go back to the point, and the reason I even excluded those is I look at areas like off of Greenhurst or right off of, I don't know what's right in front of us, 3rd Street or 4th Street. We get these areas that who knows what the future holds or presents to us in the way of the economy. If they want to fill spaces, they need tenants, they need leaseholders. I just don't want it to be anybody that can end up filling the space. So especially in a huge neighborhood community, I don't think anybody would want to be there because their market isn't going to be there to pay the overhead. However, I don't want to risk it either, especially considering a daycare at the northern portion's the intent. What do we want to see in the lower portion?
I think I want to jump in because the reality is our commercial code has all-encompassing various uses. And then when we allow commercial against residential without knowing specifically what's going to happen, or we require commercial to be put into the plan, a certain percentage, as it has been stated lately, and then we want to start excluding, then in my mind, we need to address it in the zoning side and go back and break the commercial up a little bit. And if there are uses that are considered incompatible to neighborhoods, then we ought to break that out. And then if we're going to require commercial with the neighborhoods, then we ought to say, well, it's commercial 1 and not commercial 2. And those things are broke apart.
Neighborhood business doesn't allow this, so why is this not neighborhood business versus, why is it BC versus neighborhood business? Because neighborhood business would resolve that.
I guess I'm looking at Christie here, but I think our answer is that it wasn't requested. The question before you is BC zone. We can't just
We can't
zone
suggest that it
something
come
else.
in at neighborhood business?
Mayor,
Yes?
I'm going to float a motion.
For
and if it
annexation,
dies,
set the tone.
then we'll float the other motion and deny everything. Because that's really what we're looking at is, the request was the PUD with the BC. That's the request. So to honor the request, we can't come in now and say, no, we don't want to have the BC because that's not what they asked for.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve what's been put before us without the extra conditions as it's in our packet and as it's on the screen and has been read 3 times to approve. And I'll call for the vote.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's
We
been
have a
moved
motion
and,
and a second.
moved and seconded. Roll call.
Ingula.
No.
Mills.
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes?
Haverfield.
Yes.
Motion
Now you can
passed.
make a motion to deny it and
Okay.
basically is done.
Okay, so,
Well, we can modify the BC. They had the request, but we could also change and say we're denying the BC, but we'll go with a neighborhood business.
Not without a public hearing.
Not without public hearing?
Yeah, where this has been notice of, Commissioner Bills, the public would need to be on notice if there's an expansion of uses within a different commercial zoning district.
can we make a
So
motion?
can we table it?
Mayor, can I just
Back to
offer
Dale.
one thought
Yes.
here?
I mean, candidly, can we table it and the applicant can decide what, if they want to stay with the BC or if the applicant wants to speak to it? And then be able to open up the public hearing again and,
But I think that would continue the issue that this will remain BC. If we want to move to neighborhood commercial, we deny, and they get put back on the docket.
They have to
at an
start over
expedited
again.
rate.
So,
I'm just trying to avoid the 4 months of.
I understand, and I
It
want to
wouldn't be.
avoid that as well.
Rodney,
Mayor, we've had a project that recently came before you that was approved with the condition that anything that was not permitted or conditionally permitted in the BN zone, but that is currently in the BC zone, it limited it, right? So you said BC zone, all the uses are allowed in the BC zone, but if they're not permitted or conditionally permitted in the BN zone, we're going to exclude those uses. So it's all the uses that would be in both the BC and the BN zone.
Where can we find the list of?
is our storage units taken out of that, the BN zone?
BN zone, correct, yeah,
So they could not do storage units?
correct.
They could be a CUP in a BN zone, same as we have business commercial. So we fall into the same issue, whether it's BC or
I
NB.
don't think the BN zone, and we'd have to bring that up, but I don't think BN zone allows for storage units.
Period, not even unconditional
Correct.
use.
And that could be an option here if they chose to. So can we, because this is an annexation, are we allowed to put, just actually put a condition that we would like for them to come back to us with suggested uses on, because I know we have more latitude on an annexation, with suggested uses in the BC zone?
And Mayor, is your question to approve the annexation tonight, but deny the zoning designation request? Is that your question?
Well, actually, I think I have no problem approving the BC zoning district, but asking if we've clearly stated some uses we're concerned with, and there's some optional uses, but they would be in communication with us regarding those uses.
What I would recommend as an option for this body is there is a development agreement piece to this.
Right.
And approving this tonight is not the end of the story. There's more to be discussed with terms and conditions by agreement with the developer. And so that is an appropriate time to have these type of conversations about maybe some use resolutions or scaling back. That is an option for this group.
So Mayor, I'd move that we reopen the public hearing and we defer a decision until next council meeting, giving the option for staff and applicant to provide a little different issue on the commercial.
I'm not sure what we can change on the BC zone.
Okay.
But I have a question for you on the development agreement. If we go ahead and approve this and move forward, I'm sorry, did we have a motion?
We have a motion.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
The motion was to reopen the public hearing
Oh, excuse me.
and defer the decision to the next meeting to allow the applicants to discuss the uses.
Okay, was there a second for
Second.
that? Okay. Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Ay, ay, ay. We just got a good direction from our attorney, so I'm going to say no.
Chingula.
Yes.
Haverfield. Griffin.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Mayor.
Aye.
I'm going to say no, because what I want to hear, I want to come back to this discussion, the development agreement. If we approve this tonight, can we come back, negotiate the development agreement, and come back to council with a negotiated development agreement and approve the development agreement separate? Can we do that?
Absolutely.
That's what I would recommend that we do.
So Mayor, just to reiterate, the development agreement portion would come back to council, and council would then approve the terms of the development agreement rather than just the applicant and staff. It brings the council back to the table?
Yep.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve what's written there for the fifth time,
I'll second. You're first.
with the
Development agreement.
modification development agreement to come back to us.
Second.
I don't think it does, but okay.
So, Rodney?
Mayor, just for clarity, it always does. It comes in a business item, and you usually have that on consent, but you could direct us to pull that off of consent and put it on the business,
We would
new
have it as
business.
a new business item and have council look at it.
Yeah, Mayor, in the past, I've only ever done this once before, but I've actually just written a memo to council that says, rather than a consent item, this was brought back for discussion for this purpose, and then you guys have a conversation about it.
So it could be two council meetings, one to discuss or we approve it that night.
You
We
can
probably
approve it that night and read the
Okay.
ordinance.
I'll go with that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for clarification, in that development agreement, we could then have the discussion of excluding the BC uses within that development agreement as well. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm confused about how that varies from the motion that we just failed on the approve. What are we changing on that?
Nothing.
Well, we didn't clarify that we were coming back, because it's the first comment we've had, that we're approving this to move forward. However, the development agreement is going to put the restrictions in.
Yes.
We have the opportunity in the development agreement to put restrictions in to guide us to exactly what we're looking for on commercial, and we can have that discussion at a later time,
Yes.
not tonight.
Exactly.
I call
That's
for
the
vote.
difference.
I call for vote.
Okay, roll call.
Chingula.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ty.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So, Patrick, are you clear on what we approved tonight? Thank you.
I hope so.
So that is the end of our public hearings.
I hope so.
Yes. We have a number of unfinished business items. It's going to go it's going to take a few minutes. I don't know that we want to push them off because there's a lot. I don't know what we have next time.
Let's get it done.
Okay, so I'm going to apologize and excuse myself. I have to get
Go ahead.
to my home. So Dale is going to finish the meeting, and I'm going to step away.
Sorry.
You're fine. I think it's best you,
All right, moving on to unfinished business. We have first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential for Cayuse Ridge subdivision at 914 South Midland Boulevard, 4.6 acres. Want the parcel number? Okay. For Becky Yazagiri Adura, representing John W. and Travis Pasco. And this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 914 South Midland Boulevard, parcel R29273, located in the northwest one-fourth of Section 04, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 4.60 acres more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS6 single-family residential on 4.60 acres more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa and to designate said properties as RS6 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.2, first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from RS7, single-family residential to RS6 for Cayuse Ridge subdivision at 0 Dooley Lane, 6.46 acres, for Becky Yazagiri Ardura, representing John W. and Travis Pasco, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 West Dooley Lane, parcel R2927, located in the northwest one-fourth of Section 04, Township 2 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 5.77 acres more or less, and the 0.69 acres more or less of right-of-way area adjacent to the south of said parcel are currently zoned RS7 single-family residential in the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be rezoned RS6 single-family residential on a total of 6.46 acres more or less, declaring said land by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said rezoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa and to designate said property as RS6 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be rezoned with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.3, first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary for zoning code text amendment of Title 10, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 16, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 26 for the city of Nampa, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, amending Napa City Code Title 10, Chapter 6 AG, Chapter 7 RA, Chapter 16 BC, Chapter 18 IP, Chapter 19 IL, Chapter 20 IH, and Chapter 26 PUDs and MPCS regarding zoning code in accordance with Idaho Code Section 50-903 and City Code 10-2-3D, providing for an effective date, providing severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.4, first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of ordinance summary for zoning code text amendment of Title 10, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapters 8 and 10, Chapter 25, Chapter 28, Chapter 33, Chapter 35 for the city of Nampa, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, amending Napa City Code Title 10, Chapter 1, general provisions regarding definitions for accessory dwelling units, detached subdivision, home sales offices as temporary uses, and Chapter 2, enforcement to add a new section defining public hearing notices, advertising, and property postings in accordance with Idaho Code Section 50-903 and City Code 10-2-3D, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Nobody else? Move to approve under the suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula. Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.5, first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RP, residential professional zoning district and development agreement for 9.51 acres for a future single-family residential subdivision at 0 Northside Boulevard, where Katie Miller, Bailey Engineering, representing Trilogy Development, Inc., and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determined that certain lands commonly known as 0 Northside Boulevard, Napa, Idaho, County Parcel R3437301100, comprising approximately 9.51 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RP Residential Professional Zoning District, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Napa and to designate said property as RP Residential Professional Zoning District on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, subject to the terms and conditions of that certain development agreement between the applicant and the city, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call?
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.6, first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from IL Light Industrial to BC Community Business Zoning District and Potential Development Agreement for 1.18 acres at 0 East Chisholm Drive for Jeff Hatch of Hatch Design Architecture representing Breven, Idaho LLC, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
In order to the City of Napa, Idaho, determine that certain lands commonly known as 0 Chisholm Drive, parcel R311870110, located in the northeast one-fourth of Section 14, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 1.18 acres, more or less, is currently zoned IL Light Industrial in the limits of the city of Napa, Canyon County, state of Idaho, and that said land should be rezoned to BC Community Business on 1.18 acres, more or less, declaring said land by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Napa, determining that said rezoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps of the city of Napa, and to designate said property as BC Community Business on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be rezoned with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.7, first reading of ordinance rezoning map amendment from RAA suburban residential to IL light industrial zoning district and potential development agreement for two parcels, 0.66 acres at Zero Airport Road for Ben Simple of Rodney Evans and Partners LLC, representing Benicio Ariola, and this is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as Zero Airport Road, parcels R31772010A0 and R3175601200, located in the northwest one-fourth of Section 24, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 0.66 acres, more or less, is currently zoned RA suburban residential in the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be rezoned IL light industrial on 0.66 acres, more or less, declaring said land by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said rezoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa, and to designate said property as IL light industrial on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be rezoned with the Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Move to approve under the suspension of rules.
Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.